if you guys have social media accounts, if you want to share this at this point, it's now streaming live.
Hi, folks.
Hey, good evening.
Karim, how are you?
Good, you?
Good.
Hey, Conal.
How are you?
Good. I enjoyed listening to your segment last GSP. It was fun.
Oh, thanks very much. I was happy to give it.
I couldn't stay in the panel during because kids were waiting, but it was great. And Ron talked about your experiences during the GA this weekend, and that raised a few good points in discussion. So that was nice too.
Yeah, I'm happy to hear that. He reached out to me and said you had a meeting. I heard it was very busy, which is a great problem to have.
People. Yeah, 300 plus people for a general assembly. So that was it took some juggling. It was good.
Wow, that's something.
How are you doing, Scott?
I'm fine. I'm fine. It's been an eventful day overall, but I love doing Global Star Party, and you know, it's so fun to hang out with so many friends, you know, all at once.
That is good. Is it really? Are you a part of the heat wave, or is the heat wave missing Arkansas?
No, the sun is shining outside, and it just had a downpour. So through the sunshine, you can see these giant raindrops coming down. I went and checked my weather satellite, and there was this tiny little green cloud that was going right over our city, which is not very big. It's pretty funny.
Nice.
Hey, Karim.
Hey,
It's Cameron. So
Hey,
here
Cameron.
in Seattle, we had major record heat. Never had it before. It was 110.
Yeah, you guys in
40,
Vancouver,
45.
Victoria. Yeah, you all
Yeah.
reached really insane temperatures. It was nuts.
Yeah, it was never had that before. It was all-time records here for sure. 10 degrees hotter than the all-time records. It was like, wow, just blew it away. And it's all into British Columbia as well.
Yeah.
My parents are in the central part in Kamloops area, and so they were having a lot of heat there too. It's like, wow.
But they've had withering heat. They were like, I was seeing pictures of the plants just wilting. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, we've been watering in the evenings, and even after watering, certain plants just don't like it. They just started to wither. But other plants are doing fine. But you know, it's definitely. Hopefully, this is not the new normal. That's for sure.
Hopefully
Yeah.
not. Because the other thing is it's going to dry everything out, which is going to make the flash fire season worse.
Yeah, we were just reflecting on that. I mean, it was in August the last couple of years was the real time. It was both the heat and the smoke. But luckily this time there hasn't been any smoke yet, which is great. So as hot as it is, I am getting some good imaging and good observing. You know, like I say, I take any clear nights I can get here in Seattle, and we've been pretty fortunate. It's been a good run.
We've had cloudy, gray, and rainy. Hey, David.
Hello, I'm back.
You're back.
But the imaging sensors are having a lot of noise.
Yeah.
They're over 40 degrees as well.
Ooh. Fans are running overtime then.
Yeah, I need to get a cooled camera. I just got an uncooled camera, so it's kind of interesting to see how the extra heat in the evening affects the image.
No, I remember when Scott was saying for his birthday what he did with the Mount Wilson Fund last fall. I started class off by showing my students the billowing smoke and the fire direction from NASA satellites, and I was showing them kind of the trajectory. And,
Mm-hmm.
it was frightening the way it just kept creeping up to the observatory. It was just
Oh, it was really close.
Oh yeah, and then Scott, you had those eyepieces that were melting, right? Melted in the fire.
Well, that was from the Pasadena, or not
Pasadena one.
Paradise fire.
okay.
Paradise one, yeah.
Yeah. I have this warranty on my eyepieces. That's a forever, no fault, transferable warranty.
Wow.
And I'll show these here in a moment. Here, I can show them right now. No fault, transferable warranty. No fault. I'll show these here in a moment. Here, I can show them right now. No fault. Oh, somebody's watching the. So you have to turn, if you're going to watch the broadcast, you have to turn down the volume. Somebody's watching the. So you have to turn, if you're going to watch the broadcast, you have to turn down the volume. Somebody's watching the. If you're going to watch the broadcast, you have to turn down the volume.
There we go. Yeah.
Yeah, Diana was, I think it's on your computer. So if you watch the rebroadcast, you have to turn that volume off of that. Otherwise, it just goes into echo, echo, echo.
It was a fun loop, though. We got to hear your voice again.
It was. It was. Yeah, let me show you these eyepieces here real quick. Here's one of them.
Oi.
And this was a hot fire, the two eyepieces. So he was able to find this in the smoldering remains of his house. Everything else was gone, including the entire house. And so we replaced them for him, you know.
Okay. That's impressive
Yeah,
engineering
that's
if
awesome.
that much was actually salvageable out of the ruins.
I have never seen a melted eyepiece before or since. So we have some people that have logged in. Welcome. You are here at the 52nd Global Star Party.
Hi, John.
Hi, Diana.
We need you back on site, John.
I can't wait to get back. I look forward to catching up with you soon.
Hello,
Hi.
John. It's good to see you again.
John, how are you?
Just fine, thank you.
Great. Great. Well, we have a very distinguished group of people here, all of you. So it's wonderful. I was reading Harlow Shapley's review of a biography of George Ellery Hale, written by Helen, I can't remember her last name. You know it, right,
All
John?
right?
Yes. Yes, and so I didn't read the full excerpt of it, but Harlow Shapley finally gets his chance to go meet George Ellery Hale, you know, and they're sitting down side by side, and they start talking about all kinds of things, and he wants to start to pull out what he knows about astronomy and science and stuff, and the only thing that George Ellery Hale wants to talk about is this play that they both liked, and then he leaves, you know, and Harlow Shapley's sitting there. He says, I finally get to meet the man that my whole thrust was to be at Mount Wilson all this time. And he says, and all I got to show for it was some scrambled eggs. He was, I don't think he was much of a talker, except maybe when he had to. The other thing I found interesting, and maybe you guys know if any exists, but I could not find any film footage of George Ellery Hale.
There's a clip that the Todd and Robin Mason found.
Okay.
Yeah, and that they used in their movie Journey to Palomar that shows Hale, it's, as I recall, in the backyard of Mr. Hooker's home, the fellow for whom the 100-inch is named.
Okay.
Yeah,
Right.
I
Okay.
haven't watched the movie in a long time, but
I'll
they
have
were
to.
very excited to find that clip. I think they might have found it through a Hale family member.
Oh, like a home movie or something.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I see. Let's see.
Hello, Scott. Hello, everyone.
Deepti, how are you?
I'm good. What about you?
Hello, Deepti. It's good to see you.
Mm-hmm.
And welcome to Diana. It's really good that you're here with us tonight.
Yeah. Now, Diana, is your title founder of Yerkes Future Foundation, or what is the official title?
Chief cook and bottle washer. Just about. No, for the foundation itself, technically it has to be president of the foundation, but I usually just call myself the chair of the Yerkes Future Foundation.
Hello, Dava. It's so good
There you
to
go.
see you.
David, how
She's
are
not-
you?
Wendy says hi. She's waving.
Hi, Wendy.
Is that Dava Sobel?
Yes.
Dava, how are you? You can't see my
very well,
face
thank
yet,
you.
but yeah. Thank you so much for being with us for this.
Sure,
This is
I'm happy to join the party. I only just learned of what you're doing a few days ago.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And David, you're going to speak to my local observatory soon.
Yes, very soon, early next month. I'm looking forward to it, and I hope that we don't have too much rain. After having no rain at all, we expect to be inundated this week. So we're
This
kind
week,
of looking
right?
forward to it.
Well, you'll get a good turnout, regardless of the weather.
Thank you. Looking forward to it, Dava. And it is so good to see you again.
Same here. It's been a long time.
Yeah, it has been.
Happy
Just
birthday, Deepti. I understand it's your birthday sometime, according to Facebook. Popped up,
Yes.
yeah.
When is your
Congratulations
birthday?
on a successful orbit around the sun.
Very nice.
Today,
Deepti, when is your birthday?
30th June today.
It's today.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's today.
Just
Yeah.
like George Hale.
Is
That's
it
great.
is it June 30th over there, or is it June 29th?
Yeah.
Oh.
June 30.
30th. Okay.
Okay. Hi, Dava. Thank you so much for being here.
Sure. Thanks for inviting me.
Of course.
Yeah, the question for me is not what day it is. Is it still 2021?
Okay. Yes, it still is, but it's passing us up like crazy. So we have Chris Larson watching today. He says hello. Norm Hughes, Martin Eastburn from East Texas, Harold Locke, I think out there in California. Good evening, good and gentle folks. Got coffee pot ready. Billy Zastro from Corpus Christi, Texas. Matthew Welsh. Hi, folks. Back for more from Rhode Island. Who else? I hope not to mess this name up. It's Harry Mushjian, I think is how it is, from St. Louis. Maybe one day we'll meet. John Adler's watching. Mike Wiesner's watching.
An unusual eruption on the sun may offer clues to understanding our
Andrew
star's
Corkill,
mysterious
out in
explosions.
Southern California.
Solar eruptions are massive releases of material off the surface of the sun. This material can travel across the solar system to Earth and Mars. The radiation in the material from the sun can interact with the planet's magnetic fields, affecting astronauts and technology. Eruptions on the sun usually come in one of three forms: coronal mass ejections, jets, and partial eruptions. The new research studied an event named the Rosetta Stone of solar eruptions. Just as the Rosetta Stone was the key to understanding Egyptian hieroglyphics, studying this eruption could be the key to understanding all types of solar eruptions.
Wow.
In the Rosetta Stone eruption, all three types of eruptions happened in the same event. They usually occur separately. The main eruption was too big to be a jet, but too narrow to be a coronal mass ejection. A second cooler layer of material on the surface of the sun also started to erupt about a half an hour later. But it fell back down as a partial solar eruption. This Rosetta Stone of solar eruptions will also give clues to help scientists predict large eruptions in the future. The better our predictions are, the more time we have to prepare for material from the sun to interact with Earth's magnetic field. Predicting large solar eruptions can help better protect our astronauts and technology, near Earth and beyond.
Well, hello, everybody. This is Scott Roberts with the Global Star Party. This is our 52nd event, and we're celebrating the birthday of George Ellery Hale, who would have been 153 years old today. With us today, let me look at my screen so I get it right, because the Zoom room and what actually projects here is a little bit different. But to my right here is Cameron Gillis, who is a regular on our programs and produces the Camstronomy series. Maynard Pittendreigh from the Astronomical League. He is the executive secretary. And then we have Conal Richards, a young outreach enthusiast, young astronomer. He's been on Global Star Party, I think, once or twice before already, and he's got another great talk for us today. Diana Coleman, who chairs the Yerkes Future Foundation. She was the driving force of reinstituting, a working Yerkes Observatory after University of Chicago decided to shut down operations. Yay. John Briggs. John is an astronomical historian, engineer. He's worked at Yerkes Observatory. He's been very close to the inner workings of many of the telescopes I admire, and he's an amazing guy with incredible stories. So we're lucky to have him here tonight. He will be here introducing Dava Sobel, who is a world-renowned science writer. The first book I was aware of that she wrote at the time, which just really got my attention, was Galileo's Daughter. But she has since gone on to write many novels. And I think the one I want to read is Longitude. And she has co-authored a book with a hero of mine, which is Frank Drake. Karim Jaffer. Karim is with the Royal Astronomical Society of Canada, the Montreal Center. He's a professor of astronomy and physics, and he's given some great talks here at Global Star Party. John Johnson, who is a driving force in the Nebraska Star Party. They are charging forward to having a live in-person Star Party August 1st through 6th, and John's here to give us an update on that. The amazing David Levy, a great friend of mine, great friend to countless astronomers. He is an amazing author and just a true inspiration, not only from his discoveries, but his ability to have overcome a lot of strife. And so he is someone that you would really be inspired by reading his book, his autobiography, which we can talk about later. Dennis Coy is the new executive director of Yerkes Observatory, and his birthday just happens to be on the same day as George Ellery Hale. So I think that's totally cool. Deepti Gautam, a young astronomer from Nepal. She's with us tonight as well. Deepti's been on many programs. She's still in high school, but she's very involved in astronomy, both at her high school and in the more adult level of astronomy organizations in Nepal. So thank you, Deepti, for coming on. There's others that will be coming onto the show, but at this point, I'm going to turn this over to my dear friend, David Levy, who has given talks, at least I know of, at Mount Wilson under the 100-inch dome.
Thank you so much, Scotty. And it's wonderful to be here. I'd like to introduce you all in case you haven't recognized her yet. This is Minerva, my telescope. This is not a background. This is the real telescope. And Scotty, if you'll notice, the new Rigel finder is in place and ready for observations. Thank you so much for getting that to me. I really, really appreciate that. Anyway, I like to start these global star parties with a little poetic quotation. And I think I'm the one that does this because I'm a lousy physicist, as Karim could attest if we have a conversation. Don't know anything about physics, don't know anything about astronomy. As a matter of fact, I've taken no courses during my lifetime in astronomy. But a number of weeks ago, Scotty asked if I would join the Global Star Party that he was just beginning with a poetic quote from some poet who knew of the stars. And I've been doing that now for 52 weeks. Tonight's quotation is going to be not from a person who is considered a poet, but a poet nonetheless. His name was John Fitzgerald Kennedy. And if you have the movie 13 Days, put it in your DVD and go all the way to the end of it. And the last thing, just before the ending credits, is the quote that I am going to read tonight. He said this during his speech at the American University in 1963. And you can tell that he was still kind of a little bit overwhelmed by what had happened a few months before with the Cuban Missile Crisis. For here are the words that he says. For in the final analysis, our most basic common link is that we all inhabit this small planet. We all breathe the same air. We all cherish our children's futures, and we are all mortal. Let's go out now and enjoy the night sky with tonight's Global Star Party. And back to you, Scotty.
Great. That was wonderful, David. Thank you so much. People like David, the inspiration that he gives is known, I think, in all circles of amateur astronomy where David has spoke, and I just love it. So it's wonderful. Up next, John Briggs will do a proper introduction of Dava Sobel. Dava, as I mentioned before, is an author of many great books. Much has to do with science. She is a lifelong science writer, and it's a great honor to have her here. So, John, I'll turn it over to you, and you can do the introduction.
Well, thank you, Scott, so much, and everybody for your presence and attention tonight. And when I heard that Scott's theme for, I have my audio on. Good.
Yes, we hear you.
Thank you very much. When I heard that Scott's theme for this session was the birthday of George Ellery Hale, who's a hero to me and of course to many other people who have had a chance to learn about him, I could not help but immediately think of Hale's 150th birthday a few years ago, when it was my very lucky privilege to be visiting Mount Wilson Observatory for a special event related to celebrating Hale's 150th. Hale, of course, was the founding director of Mount Wilson Observatory and a good number of other things. And our special speaker for Hale's 150th birthday was Dava. But further, Dava and I had a chance to be together at Hale's private observatory in Pasadena, the Hale Solar Laboratory. And it was just a very wonderful experience. So I had first met Dava speaking at I think it was the Astronomical Society of the Pacific back in Madison a couple decades ago. And I began to become aware of what a fabulous science popularizer and reporter she was. She has a background as a reporter, a science reporter for the New York Times, and she started writing historical science books like Longitude, the story of Harrison and his development of the first practical marine chronometer. That proved to be a very important and popular book. And since then, she's just gone on and on. And I'm going to stick it in right here. Most recently, one of her topics was this one. I can hold it up. The Glass Universe, a very cool book. And the subtitle, How the Ladies of Harvard Observatory Took the Measure of the Stars. So it's very much the story of the people who did early photographic photometry with the glass plate photographs there at Harvard College Observatory. And some of my mentors performed exactly that. So this subject here is particularly close to my heart. But anyway, I've gone on and on. I can't do justice to a popularizer like Dava, but gee, Dava, thank you for being here. And many of us are so interested in Hale, but not everybody has had a chance to learn about who this fellow was. Would you care to introduce him a little bit for us?
Well, I would be delighted. I got invited to that big do at Mount Wilson because in the Glass Universe, I referred to him as the astronomical impresario. And that pleased a lot of his family members. And that was the title of my talk about him. If I can share the screen.
Yes.
Okay. Can I now? Okay, so I'm going to share.
Yep.
And then okay, I am screen sharing. Is anybody seeing?
Yes.
The picture of George
Excellent.
Ellery?
Yes.
Excellent.
Yes.
Good. Okay, so there he is at Mount Wilson, probably in the building called the Monastery, which I had always thought was called the Monastery because women were not allowed there at the beginning. But later I learned it was because of the names of some of his early colleagues, including Charles Greeley Abbott and what was his first name? St. John. But also Hale had a tremendous interest in Eastern religions and pictured this place as an escape for serious astronomers, the way monks would be voluntarily cloistered. And that's another reason the dormitory there was called the monastery. This is the first observatory Hale built, a little tiny one called the Kenwood Observatory in the Kenwood neighborhood of Chicago, where he grew up. So his parents footed the bill for that one. He married his his sweetheart, Eveline Conkling, and these are their two children, William and Margaret. And John mentioned the Yerkes Observatory, which Hale helped build, and he was its first director. Here he is in the dome under construction. And he was one of the first people, probably the first person, to bring together other astronomers and have big meetings, get them all together to share ideas. And one of the first ones took place at Yerkes. Here's just another picture of it. Gorgeous, gorgeous design, but very unfortunately located in an area with terrible weather. Very few clear nights per year, which sent Hale out to California looking for a mountaintop where he could build an observatory with better fortunes. And here he is on top of Mount Wilson in 1903. And one of the organizations he founded was the International Union for Cooperation in Solar Research, which later became the International Astronomical Union. And this was a huge international gathering he hosted on Mount Wilson in 1910. There were 87 astronomers representing 13 countries and 50 observatories.
Wow.
Here he is at looking at the spectrograph in the 60-foot solar telescope. And one of the solar spectra. And these amazing images were how he was able to discover the magnetism in the sun. This is one of my favorite pictures. This is inside the solar tower, and there's just this bust of him sitting there as though he's supervising operations. Even now, it's just comical the way he's just propped up there on top of ordinary objects that are needed for the daily sunspot drawings. Here he is with Andrew Carnegie, really convincing Carnegie to keep providing money to build big telescopes. Hale was extremely successful at that. And there's another photo of him I'm not showing, of the two of them actually standing in the 60-inch, which Carnegie called the pulpit of the universe. Here is the 100-inch arriving, the lens, the mirror rather, arriving on the mountain. Many of you have heard of the great debate between Harlow Shapley and Heber Curtis at the National Academy of Sciences. That debate was George Ellery Hale's idea. And he, in fact, funded that event in a lecture series he had created in honor of his father. And this is the telescope that actually settled the great debate. Yes, those little spiral things are not part of the Milky Way, but actually distant galaxies. Here is the blank for the 200-inch, which was created at the Corning Glass Works in New York. And that hole in the middle is 40 inches. So that's the size of the Yerkes refractor. Hale was also key in building up the National Academy of Sciences, serving on the National Research Council, orchestrating cooperation with astronomers in other countries. And as if that wasn't enough, he was one of the founders of Caltech. And even at Caltech, he felt it was very important to support the humanities he always thanked his mother for teaching him about literature and poetry. David, you'll appreciate that. And that he felt his own perspective of science was enriched by that. This is his own magnificent private library. This is where John and I got to talk about Hale at that event on Mount Wilson. I guess it was the day before. What a magnificent space that is. And I defend calling him the astronomical impresario because he built the world's largest telescope 4 times, founded several observatories and 2 journals, including the Astrophysical Journal. So whatever part of astronomy you're interested in, Hale had something to do with it.
That's right.
I'm going to
Yeah, I can help you do that if you'd like.
Great, thank you.
Okay, here we go.
Okay.
Wow, that was very, very special. Thank you, Dava.
A
Thank
pleasure.
you, John. That was great. Okay, well, up
Can I say
next.
one more thing?
Excuse me?
I wanted to say one more thing.
Sure.
Okay, about the poetry, because since January of 2020, I have been editing a poetry column for Scientific American. And I was thrilled that they were interested in having a poetry column, but they were. And the poetry is all about science. It has to really be about science. And it's not limited to astronomy, but we have had numerous poems about astronomy, even string theory.
Even string theory. That's wonderful.
The column is called Meter.
Meter.
Okay. I'll have to dig into that. That's great. Wonderful. You know, David Levy's poetry has kind of seeped into different people that are regulars on Global Star Party, and occasionally they come up with some good poems of their own. So Deepti Gautam has done that several times.
I'm open for submissions.
Wonderful.
The
Okay.
column it's been popular with poets, so it's booked into 2023, but I'm hoping it will have a long life.
Yeah. Wonderful. That's exciting. David, before we go to the Astronomical League, what was it that inspired you to start writing about science? What was your tipping point?
I went to a public lecture given by Carl Sagan before he was famous.
Wow.
He was just at the local university and talking about the possibility of someday discovering planets around other stars. And I thought it was about the most interesting thing I'd ever heard. I'd been interested in science, even worked as a reporter covering medical topics, health topics, but he's the one who brought me into astronomy.
Wow. What a great way to get involved.
Yeah.
That's wonderful. And your latest effort is, it's not Longitude, is it the Glass Universe?
Glass Universe is the most recent book, yes.
Okay. All right. I've got some catching up to do. So
It could be arranged that a book could reach you.
Okay. All right. We can make that happen for sure. That's great. Dava, thank you so much. Thank you very much. And John as well. Thank you.
My pleasure.
It was wonderful. Up next is the Astronomical League's executive secretary, Maynard Pittendreigh. And he is, Maynard, where do you live?
I live in Orlando, Florida, where we haven't had a clear sky in weeks.
Now, you've been involved in amateur astronomy for a long time. I was kind of going through Facebook and checking you out a little bit. What led you to get involved in astronomy and become so involved in the organizational part of it as well?
Well, I think a couple of things led me to become interested in astronomy. And now I don't remember this, but my dad tells me that when Sputnik went up, he dragged us all out to see it go overhead. And I've learned since that it was probably the booster, not actually the
Okay.
Sputnik. But my response was, is there anything else that's interesting to look at up there? And so for the rest of my life, I've been trying to answer that question. But the one thing I do remember is I am the one who discovered the Orion Nebula. And I did that because someone had given me a very small, inexpensive telescope, and I was just scanning the skies, and I accidentally came across the Orion Nebula. I ran inside, told my dad. We couldn't figure out what it was. Oh, those were the days before internet. You couldn't Google anything.
Yeah.
But when my dad found out that what it was, the next thing I knew, I had you remember the old Edmund scientific catalogs?
Sure.
I used to drool over those.
Yep, we
All of a
did.
sudden I had a 4-inch reflector, and then an 8-inch cave optical, and then a Questar. My dad was a great guy about encouraging my curiosity.
Wonderful.
And, I became involved in the leadership of the Astronomical League because I felt like I'd gotten so much out of the Astronomical League. I wanted to put something into it.
Mm-hmm.
And I started by being the coordinator of the outreach observing program of the League, which I still am. And I will have to say that I used to spend every Saturday, pretty much all day, printing certificates and mailing these awards out to people. And I do this now about once a month. The pandemic has hurt outreach, but we're going to come back with outreach
With a
programs.
vengeance.
I know.
That's
Every club I know is itching to get a lot of people looking through their telescopes.
Wonderful, wonderful. That outreach program, I think, was developed at least in part by Dr. Mike Reynolds.
Yes, it
recall.
was.
Yes,
It was.
your friend.
He
Another Floridian.
was just north of here in Jacksonville area.
Mm-hmm.
And he was very good about organizing that, and then was the coordinator for a number of years. So he did a great job with it.
Wow. Okay. Well, great. Okay. Well, at this part, this is when we do the door prizes, and they're from questions from the Astronomical League. This is Maynard's first time to represent this rotating group of executive officers from the Astronomical League. And
well, it's a pleasure to be with you, Scott, and everyone else. And let me tell you, first of all, I got a commercial to give to you.
Okay.
We have a convention every year, the Astronomical League convention. We call it ALCON. Last year it was supposed to be in Albuquerque. We know what happened with the pandemic. This year we're still unable to plan for an in-person worship, but we didn't want to skip another year, so we've got a virtual ALCON, and it's coming up August 19th through 21st. You see one of our speakers here. We've got a number of speakers, a number of programs. We're going to have a tour of the VLA. We're going to be able to use internet online telescopes. SLU telescope is going to be working with us. I'm excited about that. I've been working with them since 2004. I think I was one of the first paying customers. And but one of the best things about this is that it's free, no charge. What could be better than that? So you go to astroleague.org and you'll be able to find the connections of how to register. You will need to register because we've got all sorts of exciting things that we're going to do, including we're going to be giving out door prizes during the Astronomical League's convention. And ALCON always has great door prizes, and we've gotten these from wonderful sponsors. But this year we went to our clubs, and the clubs have given us over $7,000 in value of door prizes. And I'm just itching to find out more about that. So Yeah, that'll be an exciting part of our Alcon. But Alcon's always an exciting program. Now, one of the things that we like to do is every time, excuse me for just a moment, I'm getting choked up. I'm so excited about Alcon. One of the things we like to do is we like to always remind people, don't look at the sun without the proper protection. And I've been observing the sun for 60 years now. And every time I go to the doctor, I ask if there's any solar damage to my eyes, and there's absolutely none, because I obey all of this instruction here. Now, there's a lot of verbiage on this slide. You might not be able to read it all, so take a screen capture and obey it faithfully and rigorously. And I will say that I'm sometimes forgetful, so I actually have a laminated checklist, including cap off the viewfinder, just so that I don't neglect something. And I'm paranoid about making sure that solar filter is in place. Okay, let's go to the what we're waiting for, the answers to the questions that we posed to you at the GSP 51. And let me say we're going to ask some more questions tonight. But this first question was, I am the brightest nighttime visible star from the North Pole, and my light was used to open the 1933 Chicago World's Fair. What is my name? And the answer is Arcturus. And I had no clue about that, in spite of what some people might think. I was not actually alive in 1933. But it is an interesting story, and I encourage you to Google it. Photocells were all the rage back then. They were finding ways to use it. They hooked up one to a telescope. Arcturus was selected because it had been 40 years since the previous Chicago World's Fair. And at the time, they thought Arcturus was 40 light years away. So that was question number one. Question number two, in terms of angular size, how many full moons would fit in the bowl of the Big Dipper? And the answer to that is 200. I got to tell you, I would have missed that badly. And number three, when the image of a planet in a telescope quavers and sees showing little detail as possible, what is said to be poor? Seeing, transparency, focus, steadiness, and the answer is seeing. Poor seeing is usually the result of wind jostling the light path of the object being viewed, or the telescope optics trying to reach thermal equilibrium. It's normally rated I to V, 1 to 5, best to worst. Where I live in Orlando, Florida, we just always assume it's going to be worst. Seeing and transparency both. The next question, and that is all the questions, I'm sorry. So the correct answers from GSP 51 were answered by these individuals here on your screen, and congratulations to them. They're going to be submitted their names to the next drawing for a door prize. And let me see, I believe that might be coming up at the very next star party, or maybe the one after that, but it's coming up soon. And now these are the questions tonight. And if someone can give me a drum roll.
Boom.
Thank you. Now, you want to send your answers to secretary@astroleague.org, and that email is on your screen. Secretary@astroleague.org. And question number one, what is the coldest place in the solar system? What is the coldest place in the solar system? Question number two, the opposite of that, what is the hottest planet? Not the hottest place, but the hottest planet in the solar system. And finally, A very technical question. In the first Star Wars film, Han Solo boasts that his ship made the Kessel Run in less than 12 parsecs. And you could hear all the astronomers groan if you were there in May of 1977 when that first movie appeared. What is a parsec? And so is there even such a thing? So that's our third question. What is a parsec? And so those are our questions. Respond to secretary@astroleague.org. Now, let me give you one more commercial moment. Join us for the special Astronomical League Live, July 9th, 2021 at 7 p.m. And you can find those links all over the internet, including Facebook and other sources. But join us for that. And I look forward to being there and joining everybody. And I hope you do too. Scott, I appreciate you providing some time for the Astronomical League.
Thank you. Thanks for all you're doing too. And it's a great organization.
We're having fun. We're having fun.
Well, that's the whole point.
Yes.
That's the whole point. Great. Well, I look forward to the next time I can see you in person, maybe at some outreach event. That'd be so.
I do too.
It'd be so cool, and we'll do that.
Okay.
Up next is Diana Coleman and Dennis Coy, and they are from, of course, the world famous Yerkes Observatory. This was George Ellery Hale's first effort at building the world's largest telescope. It still is the world's largest refractor. It has so many stories intertwined with its history, its inspiration to inspiring people like Carl Sagan, who I think he got his doctorate there at Yerkes. Mm-hmm. The ups and downs, but Diana Coleman, through great personal effort, and I tried to follow her as closely as I could as this was going down, but she was one of the sole people responsible for bringing Yerkes Observatory back to life after it was sadly closed down a few years ago by the University of Chicago. They didn't actually really shut it down because of some political loopholes, but no one could go inside. No one could put their eye to the historic 40-inch refractor. And it's such a beautiful place, inspiring to that entire community. And it's just, it's wonderful that it was saved and is being rebuilt anew. And so that's great. And Diana, I'm going to turn this over to you so that you can say a little bit about Yerkes Future Foundation and to introduce Dennis, whom I've just recently talked to today. So
thank you very much, Scott. It's always nice talking with you. And it was lovely seeing pictures of Yerkes as David's slides came up. We at the Yerkes Future Foundation took ownership of Yerkes Observatory and 50 acres of the property on May 1st of 2020, right in the middle of the entire COVID issue. But it gave us the opportunity to really dig in and start working on the observatory itself. What's perhaps interesting to many of you is that once we did take ownership and took stewardship of the entire property, is the University of Chicago faculty and staff basically said, how can we help? And the astronomers, the archivists, the librarians, the staff, everyone down there has been stupendous. They've been welcoming, warm, supportive, and have really done a great job getting us to understand both the history and the future as we look at it. We are working very hard to revitalize the building, to make sure it's solid as a building itself. But this is not going to be a museum. This is going to be a science-based education and programming, astronomy place. We've been working with several people you probably know to take a look at the 2 reflecting telescopes and make sure that they're coming back up to speed. We are also being very protective about the giant refracting telescope. So everything is going to be in working order. It's a wonderful experience for all of us. One of the things that we're exceptionally happy about is having Dennis Coyce on board, because Dennis came up to, he literally started March 8th, so he's come up very quickly. He understands the history now. He's been doing his own research. He's been meeting with a lot of the astronomers, scientists, and educators in the Wisconsin and Illinois area, and talking to a lot of people on the phone, as he did with you today, Scott.
Mm-hmm.
And what he basically is now beginning to truly understand is the vision of Yerkes Observatory as it moves forward. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time talking, because I really think you need to hear from Dennis. You can all wish him happy birthday, because he does share a birthday with Ellery Hale, George Ellery Hale. So it's a little serendipitous. It's a lot of karma, and we're very happy and we're very proud of him as well. So Dennis, I'm going to turn it right over to you, and you can take it from there.
Sure, great. Thank you, Diana. Thank you for the invitation, Scott. It's wonderful to see all of you. And just wonderful to hear Dava's presentation on George Ellery Hale. And I actually didn't know until today that I shared a birthday with George Ellery Hale, 101 years to the day, which is kind of a funny thing, given, you know, to have come to the observatory and just found this out now. So what I thought I would do, I'm coming to you from Wisconsin, out in my yard. My kids are trying to fall asleep inside, so I was booted out to be out here with the mosquitoes and the fireflies as the sun sets. But what I thought I would do is just talk a little bit about what's happening both physically at the site, but then transition to what Diana referenced, which is really what is the vision and what is the mission and what's going to the future of that observatory going to be, because I think ultimately it's going to be very different than its past. And what we want to do is make sure we respect the past, acknowledge the past. We're always going to, you know, sort of value everything that's going on there, but we also want to build from that and move it forward in some different kinds of ways going forward. So what I'm going to do is just share my screen for a couple minutes. I know many of the folks on this call, you know already a lot about Yerkes, so I'm preaching to the choir here. But I think for those, oops, and my system wants permission here. For those who, you know, don't know as much or are sort of watching or hearing about Yerkes a little bit, you know, for the first time, or maybe just know a little bit about it, you know, this would be, I think, helpful to share a little bit. So I'm going to go ahead and share. There we go. All right. So what I want to just do is just share. Can everyone, I assume we can see that?
Yeah. Yes.
You know, and all of you know this history, so I'm not going to belabor it at all. But you know, in its day, that telescope, the Great Refractor, really was, you know, sort of the piece de resistance, a piece of high-tech, future machinery, future technology that was shown at the Columbian Exhibition in Chicago. That, you know, was bylined in newspapers around the world as the source of just incredible astronomical knowledge and stories, and you know, was installed in the observatory when it was built in a building designed by Henry Ives Cobb, and you know, was really, you know, at a time when they were figuring out how to build bridges, was just a technological marvel. I mean, it was just a beautiful piece of engineering, a beautiful piece of scientific equipment. And I don't think I'm gonna, you know, overstate to say that Henry Ives Cobb, this is certainly probably his best building. He was a society architect and you know, built some wonderful things in Chicago, but I think this is really probably his masterwork, and likely one of, just I think, one of the greatest institutional buildings of the 19th century when it opened in 1895. So, you know, beautiful detailing, and all of this detailing, all of this architecture and the history of the building come together in a way that really, I think George Ellery Hale, to sort of acknowledge his vision for this, wanted to bring scientists and astrophysicists, astronomers together in a way that built knowledge that hadn't really been done previously. The whole idea was to have labs on site, have places that people could stay and work, take up residency, interact in a way that was very different than what a lot of observatories had been prior to then. And that attracted the best and the brightest. You can see Chandra there. We mentioned Carl Sagan was there. This was the image on the left is Einstein's visit to the observatory in May of 1921, so 100 years ago this summer. And it's a beautiful setting. The weather may not be ideal. I don't disagree with the assessment that it is perhaps not the best weather that could have been found for the first of his efforts to build the largest observatories. But, we get 90, sort of good nights a year, moonless, clear nights. And the observatory, to sort of acknowledge what was stated earlier, has just become iconic to this community up there. This is the small village of Williams Bay, Wisconsin on Geneva Lake, which is about midway between Chicago and Milwaukee, about an hour and 15 minutes from each. And you can see, that is the police patch has the observatory on it. The town crest has the observatory on it. When you go to the high school, that mural on the wall in the lunchroom has the observatory on it. Mm-hmm. It's everywhere in this community, and it is beloved by that community. And so when Diana and the folks who sort of stood up to take ownership of the observatory from the university stepped forward, it was just a sigh of relief from the community, I think, to see a path found for the observatory. And that said, there is an incredible amount of work to be done. For a variety of reasons. Just it is a building that was built to last hundreds of years, but it also requires, as all buildings do, just an incredible amount of maintenance and work. And so we are now putting in the work to bring it back to its condition, its operational condition, and restore first the envelope of the building. So you can see here on the Great Dome some of the work that's been underway. That extends to inside of the dome. That image on the left is literally thousands of bricks removed to help dry out the walls, which have soaked up just thousands of gallons of water over many, many years. And it's going to take several years of work to dry out the building, preserve the brickwork, restore and sort of move forward with all of that. And then sort of get the facility and the grounds ready for the future and ready for the public. So you can see, work going on here on the parapets, on the roof. A new roof is going to be going on. Skylights restored. A parking lot's being built. Just an incredible amount of work with some of the leading architectural restoration experts in the country. Truly some amazing technicians and architects working with us to bring this back to life. So that is what's happening on the outside and the inside. And I think the last piece of this is really just to talk a little bit about what's going on the inside and with the mission and vision of the observatory, and really what we're thinking about and what's happening going forward. I'm just getting a little feedback on some headphones here.
Oh, is that what that is? It sounded like rain.
It is not. It is. I'm just going to turn these off because this is some kind of strange Bluetooth feedback, and I don't know what that is. The beauty of technology. My goodness.
Perhaps it's coming from one of us. If everyone
yeah, I'm still getting it. So.
Okay.
There we go. It's gone.
There it is. It's gone.
Aha.
Perfect.
I was thinking, boy, it's getting loud in this room.
Or maybe it was like the sound of millions and millions of people clapping.
That's right. Of course. So I think the other thing just to talk about is, the building and the landscape, it's a beautiful 50-acre landscape designed by Olmsted and Olmsted. So it's a historic landscape. It's a historic building. We all know the incredible history of the science that took place there and the people that have walked the halls. And so when we're envisioning a future for the observatory, certainly bringing the two smaller domes back online, providing access to astronomers around the world to do original research, that's still going to be important to us. It's going to be the core of what we do. And telling the story of the history, of course, is going to be core. But as Diana alluded to, it's not going to be a museum. And I think the best way to describe what we're envisioning is really a living monument to curiosity and discovery and the history of science in the world. And I think when I think about other kinds of cultural forms, and we started off tonight with poetry, which was a wonderful beginning. When you think of the cross-pollination of arts and culture and science and knowledge and discovery, when I think of other fields, there are cultural pilgrimage sites that one would go to connect to the most wonderful experiences for those fields. So, if you're deep into music, you're going to want to go to Tanglewood. You're going to want to go see the LA Philharmonic, or maybe go to the New World Symphony. If you're deep into the visual arts, you might want to go out to James Turrell's Rodin Crater, or go to Art Basel Miami Beach, or make pilgrimages to certain museums or art sites. But I don't know that there's necessarily an analog in the science world. And when I think about Yerkes in the future, that core of research and science and discovery that's still going to be going on there is going to be surrounded by a mantle of education, whether that is adult education, school groups, visitation, but then connected through cross-pollination with a lot of other cultural opportunities. So we might have composers out who are going to be in residence for summer and work on a symphony inspired by the 180,000 glass plates that were shot through the Great Refractor over the last 125 years. For one of America's foremost symphonies, we might have an artist like a James Turrell or an Andy Goldsworthy out creating work inspired by that curiosity or that natural environment. We might be talking about environmentalism and green science and the preservation of the lake and that landscape. Connecting those ideas together with speakers, having authors out. I now know who I need to call first, to sort of, talk about the history of science and discovery in this country and in this world, and help our visitors understand what is so meaningful about that. And I think, I might have argued 5 years ago that we didn't, in the world of the sciences, I used to run a science museum. I would have argued maybe we didn't need to make a case anymore for the value of science and scientists, that was an understood piece of knowledge in our nation and our world. And I think the pandemic has maybe helped us understand that is not the case. And we still need to make a powerful argument for the value of what astronomy does, what science does, what scientists bring to bear to advance our culture and our world. So I think the Yerkes Observatory, the Yerkes Future Foundation, that's what we're going to be endeavoring to do. That's a long road, and there's a lot of work ahead. Diana's hair was straight and black when this all began. And you can see what's happened. I, was much younger just a few weeks ago. But we are really excited about what we're going to do. So stay tuned. And we hope you'll come visit. We're going to have public tours starting this fall, even as we're still restoring the facility, even as we're still building these programs out. So we are really excited about what we're going to be doing at Yerkes. So I'll turn it back over to you, Scott.
Yeah. Dennis, I'm curious, if someone wanted to support Yerkes, what would be the best way to do that? Where do they go?
If they wanted to support it, there's two things. One is, of course, sharing knowledge, and it's been incredible how people have stepped up with stories and photos. Some of the photos shown even today are photos that I don't know that we necessarily have regularly seen. From people who were there as children to scientists who work there at various points. So if you have stories, knowledge, or knowledge to share, John Briggs has been helping us with understanding the objects and the scientific equipment that's on site and what to display and how to value all that. As sort of for knowledge and to share with our visitors. So sharing that information is valuable.
To their pocketbooks.
If they want to reach into the pockets, that of course is the other way. And you can go to yerkesobservatory.org, and there is a spot on there you can donate and make a donation. And you will, if you do that, receive a very nice note from Diana and a very nice note from me, and we will thank you. And we ultimately are on path. We will need to raise many, many millions of dollars, but have been already incredibly successful through the generosity of some wonderful folks. And I think ultimately this is a site that is worth preserving for future generations. So
Absolutely. Yeah, it is to astronomers, this is definitely one of the sacred sites. There are others, but this is very, very special. Okay. Up next was supposed to be Stella Kafka, but she had a mild emergency that she had to take care of, and so she won't be on this particular program as per our schedule. So up next is Karim Jaffer from the Royal Astronomical Society of Canada, the Montreal chapter.
Thanks, Scott. Hi, everyone. Good evening. It's great to be here at Global Star Party 52. This is fantastic and celebration of George Ellery Hale. I reached out to Scott today to present on a project that we launched during GSP 45, the International Astronomy Day version, which was Creation Station. And I'm going to be talking to you about that shortly, and then Scott's going to share with you a couple of videos that we put together of a few of the creations that came in, like the one that you see here on the title slide, where, you know, this child, Mikhail, he actually tried his best to represent every single moon of every planet in our solar system, which was just amazing work. So I want to share with you what Creation Station has brought about and what happened at the GA. But before I do, I was messaging to Scott during the earlier presentations that I'm kicking myself because it's George Ellery Hale's birthday, and I can't not talk about the spectrohelioscope that is at Stellafane. Those of you who've been to Stellafane or were on cloudy nights a few years ago when the restoration was happening and there were articles being written about the work being done on this wonderful device that was invented by George Ellery Hale in 1924. This spectrohelioscope is now functional at Stellafane Telescope Convention. So if you go down in August this year or next year when the pandemic measures have lightened, you'll get to see this telescope in action. And in 2018, when they opened up the restoration area and inaugurated this new building, his grandson, Samuel Hale, actually came to give one of the keynotes to talk about the large telescopes that his dad had worked, or that his granddad had worked on. So I have here just a couple of quick images of the spectrohelioscope. Outside of the observatory is the part that actually catches the light from the sun, tracks the sun, and then focuses it through the hole at the top of this observatory. So here's a short video to show you how that all works. So there's the hole where the light goes in. There's the mirror that catches the sunlight and then bounces it off of another mirror and focuses it in so that it goes into the building. And then once it goes in the building, the actual apparatus in the building reflects the light a couple of times to change the optical light path to a diffraction grating. So you select out just one wavelength for one narrow slice of the sun's surface. And then you have several slits so you can actually piece together a full picture of a quadrant of the sun's surface. That is an amazing invention, and they've restored it completely. And as a personal note, when I came back from Stellafane that year, I had the pictures, I had the diagram of how it works, and I had the little video. And so there was one group of students that for their project, they wanted to build something, but they didn't want to build just a telescope. They wanted to try something. So I showed them the schematic of the spectrohelioscope and let them edit. I gave them whatever materials they would need. We brought in a few different mirrors. We brought in a whole bunch of optical path arrangements. They worked really hard to try to recreate even part of the mechanism. And they saw just how complex this device is. So if you've never been to Stellafane, or if you haven't been in the last couple of years, when you go, head up to the Pink Clubhouse, head over to the Andrew Simoni Observatory, and take a look at this functional spectrohelioscope and know that you're looking at something that was worked on by the hands of George Ellery Hale.
Cool.
The elements graph there is, of course, from our friends at RSpec, and we've talked about the spectroscopy of stars before, but there they use it specifically to show some of the absorption lines of the sun. This thing is amazing. So now I want to talk to you a little bit, just bring you up to date on a few of the other items that I've been working on. And I want to start with actually something Harold Locke mentioned in the chat. And he talked about the fact that David inspires us to kind of see the connection between art and astronomy. And lately I've been lucky to be on a panel with Astro Radio, and that's based out of the UK. And I'm on the Reach Out and Touch Space panel. A few weeks ago, we got to interview Nicholas Booth, the author of The Search for Life on Mars. This past month, well, yesterday, we actually got to interview Jeff Nucken, one of the meteorite men. And the whole show revolves around music based on astronomy themes or the space rock genre in the UK. I've also gotten to work with the SETI Imaginarium Institute, which is just fantastic to look at some of the things they're doing for the artistic representation of the search for extraterrestrial life. And I'm going to show you something about that in a few moments. So I highly encourage you, if you're inspired by what you hear from David, Dava's books, the things that you see here for the poetry that Deepti reads out, I urge you, there's a lot of resources available to you online right now to actually get involved and express some of your interest in the connection between art and astronomy. Now, this past weekend, we had our General Assembly, which I've mentioned to you for the RASC, the Royal Astronomical Society of Canada. And we were lucky enough to have a keynote speaker on Friday night, Emily Calandrelli, and she talked a lot about her journey to actually be able to communicate and share her wonder of astronomy and science to the general public, both through the Netflix series that she's in, as well as through her series of books. That was really inspiring, but one of the biggest things about this weekend was that it was led by a group of individuals who really embraced the idea of the virtual nature. So my daughter actually got to participate as a workshop presenter, and so she presented an alien drawing workshop to a series of individuals who are involved with outreach to kids. So she explained what extremophiles are, she shared some of the graphics of extremophiles, and then she challenged the participants to draw their own extremophile. And so we've got one that would live on Titan, we've got one that would live in Jupiter, we've got a couple that were just inspired by some of the things that we talked about for extreme environments and types of evolutionary changes that might be undergone by alien life to survive in extreme conditions. That was one way to embrace the virtual world. But another way to embrace the virtual world, which really took off, was the creation of a social gathering place for the RASC, which is in Gathertown. And so on the Friday night at the end, when everybody had left, there was in the music room in Gathertown, a group of the youth who just started to jam, and they took out their guitars, they took out their ukuleles, and they just started to play and chat. And this is one of the things that the virtual world allows us to do, is it doesn't just allow us to reach audiences we don't normally reach, it allows us to interact in a way we don't normally interact. And so I highly encourage all of us to really take advantage right now, but also as we start to return back to in-person, I think we're going to need to find a balance between the virtual content and the in-person content, because there's something to be said for this virtual side of things that reaches an audience that we have trouble reaching otherwise. So now I want to share with you Creation Station, which is really what I talked to Scott about doing tonight. This was something that we launched. It was an attempt to create a space on our RASC website for kids to really express their imagination. So we invited kids ages 5 to 12 to share drawings, to share comics, to share stories or poems, anything related to space or astronomy that they wanted to share with other kids or with others to show why they found this interest, why they had this affection for space. So one of the most recent ones that we had is right here. It's a painting of the solar system. And this one was a contribution from India, from Mumbai. We received contributions from all across Canada and all across the world. We even had one of our members who's now living in California. His 3 kids combined together to create a story that had 3 parts to it, 1 part from each of the kids. And we showcased that during our General Assembly. So what I've brought for you today that Scott's going to share is first off a video of the drawings that were submitted over the first few weeks of this project, of this program. set to original music created by another one of our youth members, Ilyas. So Scott, can you share
Is this
the
the
showcase?
creation showcase video?
Exactly.
Okay, here we go.
Thanks, Scott. So we've
Yeah.
extended the deadline to July 31st. So we've invited in more contributions, more creations from kids that they want to share. But then the other thing we did is we took the stories that we had received that had the parents' consent signed, and we reached out to the parents to ask their kids to videotape themselves telling their story. So I have one of those to share with you from our RASC Mississauga member, Bhavishya. She's sharing with you her trip to space. And this one, what I really love about it is she's not only put in a lot of really good information about space, but she took something that I think the Astronomical League will find very familiar at the end of hers. So Scott, if you can play the trip to space.
Okay, here we go.
Hi there. Today I'm going to be presenting my story called Trip to Space for the Royal Astronomical Society of Canada, or commonly known as RAS. So, my story is called Trip to Space, and it's by me, or Bhavishya Vignesh. Hi, it's Bhavi. I want to be an aerospace engineer when I grow up, and I want to get as much research as possible. So I'm building my own rocket. It would have took forever to reach the edge of the solar system, but for the amount of time I got to present this, I've built an extra super-powered rocket, which can travel in the speed of light. In reality, I could have made a chemical rocket. Chemical rockets are the most common type of high-power rocket, typically creating a high-speed exhaust by the combustion of fuel with an oxidizer, but you can see what mine is in the next slide. Time to launch! I did it! I built my own rocket. It's made out of titanium. You can make it out of aluminum too. Both metals are very strong. I have reached the edge of the Earth's atmosphere. That thin blue line is the atmosphere of our planet. Did you know that an atmosphere is important because it protects our planet from harmful solar rays? The sun is right here. The atmosphere protects it from harmful solar rays from the sun. But it's also very important in another case. I just passed our moon, the fifth largest natural satellite in our solar system. Did you know our moon is almost bigger than Mercury? The first person on the moon was Neil Armstrong, and second was Buzz Aldrin. Our moon formed a long time ago. In fact, it used to be a part of the Earth. Our moon has many stages. It has full moon, half moon, quarter moon, and more. It is very special. So this is Buzz Aldrin and that's Neil Armstrong. Whoa, so cool. The moon has less gravity than Earth, meaning that you have to bounce when you land. Wow, look, the ISS, or the International Space Station. It is a satellite built by many nations, including Canada. In fact, look, the Canada arm. It was a super important piece of the build. This was sent to monitor space. A recent trip was when the Crew Dragon was launched. Wow, look, Mars, the second closest planet to Earth. Recently, NASA has sent a spaceship called Perseverance. It has landed on February 18th and now is fully functional on the Martian surface. It is the fourth planet from the Sun and our neighbor. It has 2 moons, Phobos and Deimos. Hi, Mars. Bye, Mars. Oh, sorry, Venus, Mercury, and the Sun. I have to pass you. But don't be sad. We just ran into the biggest planets, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune, or commonly known as the gas giant. Jupiter, the biggest known planet in the solar system. Saturn, with those amazing rings. Saturn has a moon named Titan. It has methane, a molecule. We also have Uranus and Neptune. These 2 are so cold, which is why they're called the ice giants. Hi, little Pluto. Pluto used to be a planet in 2015. Astronomers and space scientists found more planets like Pluto, so they considered them into a group called dwarf planets. And Pluto is the leader of the dwarfies. Bye-bye, Pluto. Pluto actually has 5 moons: Charon, Nix, Hydra, Kerberos, and Styx. We're leaving our solar system. Maybe I'll take this time to explain about Venus, Mercury, and the Sun. The Sun is what Earth and the other planets orbit around. It's the biggest and brightest objects you can see from Earth. Venus is the hottest and closest planet to Earth. Mercury is the smallest, and both of them don't have any moons, which makes Earth the first planet that does. We're leaving the Milky Way. The Milky Way is our galaxy. It holds a lot of solar systems, stars, and nebulas, or nebulae. Our galaxy was formed 500 billion years ago. Crazy, eh? Only in this galaxy, astronomers, space scientists, and scientists have estimated there are 500 million Earth-like planets just in this galaxy. I know, yes! Each day we find new discoveries, like the black hole right in the middle of our galaxy. It is the closest black hole to Earth, about 300 million light years away. So long, Milky Way! Now we're in the cosmic neighborhood. This is the neighborhood of galaxies. Look, the Andromeda Galaxy, the nearest galaxy to ours. Did you know that the Andromeda Galaxy will collide with the Milky Way, making 2 black holes? Cool, eh? Let's go deeper. We're going into very, very deep space. It's almost impossible to see these space bodies without a very professional telescope. Only SpaceX, NASA, CSA, and other space agencies can view these unless you have an amazing eye. We have nebulae or nebulas everywhere, and we're passing all the beautiful galaxies. Cool, eh? We're flying across the deep sky objects. We've come to an end. This is the maximum amount scientists have found. Don't be sad. Scientists, astronomers, and astronauts have discovered amazing things. I mean, look at all these pictures. Quiz time! Okay. If you want, you can pause this video and answer the question. What is the biggest planet in our solar system? Hint, it is made out of gas. You can pause the video and guess what it is. You're right, it's Jupiter. Next we have, what is a cosmic neighborhood? Now, you can pause the video again and guess what it is. It's a neighborhood of galaxies. And this is a harder question. What is a black hole? I didn't write this. Hint, darkness. You can pause the video and guess what it is. Yep, it's a huge sucking hole in space. It sucks stars, planets, and different space bodies out there. Space on! Thanks for watching!
That was Bobby from the RASC Mississauga Center, 10 years old. I think I have to get her to teach my class in the fall. That was amazing. It was just chock full of information, imagination, and ideas. That's just an example of some of the stuff that we're getting here in Creation Station. So I invite anybody who's interested to visit Creation Station. It's rasc.ca/Creation Station. If you yourself or your kids are ages 5 to 12, you can submit your stories, your poems, your comics, or your drawings, and we will happily put them together and share them like this in videos in future Global Star Parties. Thanks, Scott.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, we are going to take, we're going to take about a 10-minute break here, and we should be back on with Molly Wakeling. So the talks so far have really been amazing, and it's just, I mean, been an incredible honor to have all these people on so far, and I look forward to the rest of our distinguished speakers tonight. So stay tuned.
And Adrian, you got the questions right in the chat. That was awesome.
I got one question at least. I was afraid to answer the other two. Darn it, I missed the rest.
The GA.
Yeah, I missed the GA. I know I've been busy with work lately and just trying to find time. I haven't even found much time to do any kind of imaging. We've also had storms just coming through the area. We blamed it on several astronomers in the area bought new things. I didn't buy much, just some cables so that I could hook up a computer and use EOS Backyard. And I haven't had a chance to test it out on actual stars yet to see how sharp I can make it. I've been just using the back of my camera and just if it gets, I mess with the focus until it gets as small as I can get it. And then I figure it's in focus. And I got really lucky with the picture behind me because I think I truly did have it in focus when I took that shot. A lot of times you just get close. But I'm going to try and make the next one. Well, hopefully the next one will be in person. We have to see what there's reports coming out about how tough the Delta variant is. And I'm hoping that a lot of study is done before we pass judgment on whether or not we'll need to.
Well, I know star parties
re-enter.
are starting up again, and a few places are doing their star. We're going to have an update on one later today. But I think there's a difference between things like star parties where you're outdoors, there's a little bit of distance between each other versus, in-person conferences and conventions and things like that.
True.
That's where I'm not sure what the new normal is going to be, because I know a lot of the conventions and conferences have seen attendance just jump up during COVID times, where people who wouldn't actually travel for them or can't travel for them were able to attend, a couple of sessions here and there and participate, and they're getting a lot out of it.
Yeah, and that's going to end up continuing, I'm pretty sure, especially for me. Until I can actually come into Canada, I'll have to attend remotely.
Yep.
So that's I think we have learned that the virtual component is a very useful component.
Definitely. And that's what that Gather Town setup that the organizing committee put together. I think they're going to leave that together and maybe, once a month set up a time to just socialize across all centers. Anybody wants to pop in, a certain maximum number and then just float through and chat.
That sounds like a great idea.
Because that's what our clubhouses are, right? Our Zoom clubhouses, we have people from different centers popping in and we chat on Wednesdays and Saturdays, especially when it's cloudy. So tomorrow they're forecasting thunderstorms. So we're likely going to be in our clubhouse.
Yeah. So I'll have to get the link. I'm pretty sure you may have sent it to me a couple times, but I'll have to get the link to your clubhouse and jump in. I gotta use my Rask membership here.
Exactly. So, did you reach out with Peter to the Sarnia Center? Did he connected you?
I don't think we connected. I do think I sent an email, but I don't know that we've connected.
He was saying that when it's in person, he'll show up and meet you and introduce you around. But in terms of the virtual, they don't seem to be doing too much virtually at Sarnia. But you're welcome to join in to London or Montreal Center virtually while we're on Zoom.
I would love to do that. Yeah, I was just looking to see if I still had the email. I'm sure it's down here somewhere.
What's your weather like tomorrow night? Do you want to join us on Zoom?
Our weather tomorrow night is probably perfect for joining you on Zoom. I don't have my cloud forecast, but I can do I'll do a quick look up
No
of the
worries.
forecast.
I'll forward you the invite when it goes out in the morning.
Okay, that would be perfect. I'll
Molly,
definitely
I don't know if you were, I think you joined in after. We're actually ahead of schedule, so you get to go right after the break.
Crazy. I never heard of an event that was ahead of schedule.
It's because Stella had to cancel. She had a small emergency that.
Oh no.
So she wasn't able to join us.
Okay. Darn.
Let's see.
But you timed it just right to miss mine again, so I'll try not to take it personally.
Well, I came in just in time to see yours, Karim. I have to watch a fellow rascal at work. And yeah, our forecast, it looks like it's gonna be well, it says clear at 1 a.m. So that might finally be an opportunity to try an image, depending on what's going on Thursday. The regular job makes it tough to get out when I need to, which is I got to get out there at these sites between midnight and 2. I think I can catch a dark sky before the moon rises.
But now that you're a RASC member, doesn't that mean that at work you can take Canada Day as a holiday? That's Thursday.
That's this Thursday?
Yeah, and then Friday you take your Independence Day holiday, so you get a nice 4 or 5 day weekend.
I should have taken it as PTO anyhow. Just say, well, I'm partly Canadian now, and that's my holiday, so I'm taking it. There were others that already took Friday, and I didn't think to take Thursday. That would have been a very good idea, especially if Wednesday's clear enough to image. Then because I know, well, I'm also on call for my job. I haven't had to answer the call at 2 in the morning, but wherever I go, my laptop will be with me because I think I'll still actually be able to use a hotspot and do stuff. I've actually attended a global star party while trying to get an image, and the clouds came and ruined my plans, but I was still able to follow along. And in fact, Molly, I think you were presenting, and I was eagerly watching the presentation while waiting on clouds to break, and they never did. But I was still able to be out there and to listen in. So
Harold is asking in the chat whether the RASC national members who are in the States are welcome to join in. And anytime you want to join in to a Montreal Clubhouse, just drop me a line on Facebook or email me at montrealrasc@gmail.com, and I will send you the link. You're there as my guest. And that goes to anybody listening wherever you are in the world.
So is Canada Day basically like they looked at the US and said, hey, having a holiday at the beginning of July with barbecues and fireworks and stuff is pretty cool. We kind of want one too.
No, we came first. Are you kidding me?
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. Oh, I have no idea.
I mean, was Canada a thing pre 1776?
Well, it was a thing. It just like our Confederate. Basically, we were the friendly separation. You guys were the rough divorce. But the difficulty here is, but see, here's the difficulty. I grew up in the States. My elementary school was in Southern Pennsylvania. So I learned all of the American history, and then I moved here and was expected to know Canadian history. So I've kind of caught up as much as I could, but there's like little details where everything's kind of blurred together.
That's funny.
They right now, so with this Astro Radio that I'm on in the UK, I get to learn a lot about the way things are in the actual seat of the British Empire. And they now have an entire ministry committee on dark sky preservation. It's a governmental thing. And it starting to regulate the way in which lighting is done, the way in which parks are infringed on, the way in which building is done, all of it. And I'm sitting here going, oh man, that's amazing. And then I'm recognizing, I mean, we are technically Canada still in the British Empire. We're in the Confederacy, right? It's just ours, everything's controlled by every province. And so Montreal Montreal's worse than New York City when it comes to light pollution. Who would
You've
have
got
believed that?
the queen on your money, right?
Yep. And colored money. It's monopoly money. And it's
Oh, yeah.
polymers now. Now it's polymer money. You can't even bend it very well.
Yeah.
But it goes through the wash really nicely. I don't ask me how I know, but
Yeah, we've started to get prettier looking money now. The dollar bill is still quite boring. We were talking about this on the Astro Imaging channel.
Well, having one in the pocket's better than not. So
yep,
I'm good.
Well, everybody, we're back, and hope you had a chance to get a good cup of coffee and stretch your legs a little bit. Up next is Ms. Molly Wakeling, who is always here to show us her great astrophotography, to give us some insight of her technique, but also tell us about the nuts and bolts of the science behind her images. So this is Astronomolly's universe, and I'm going to turn it over to her.
All right. So tonight we're going to be talking about the Crescent Nebula. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen and open my PowerPoint here and also mute my phone so it doesn't vibrate the desk and vibrate my microphone. Yeah, so if you're new to this segment, which is relatively new in itself, I spend this segment talking about what's actually going on with these objects that we love to look at and photograph, to dig a little bit into the science of them. What are they? Where are they located? And some information about how they were formed, and sometimes also why they're cool and important. If they're cool and important, sometimes they're just pretty things to look at. So yeah, so tonight's the Crescent Nebula. I still don't have a picture that I love of the Crescent Nebula. I'm still working on it, but when I was living in California, it was too far north for me to be able to get. It was blocked by my tree, but it's in a good position here at my new house in Ohio. So I'll be imaging it again when it is favorable, which is coming up soon. All right, so what is the Crescent Nebula? So it's also known as NGC 6888. And it is an emission nebula, but it's kind of a unique one. It's not kind of your normal emission nebula like the Lagoon Nebula or the Eagle Nebula. This one is powered by a single Wolf-Rayet star. And I'll talk about what that is here in a bit. So where can you find the Crescent Nebula to observe it? So it's not too difficult to find. It's up in the familiar constellation of Cygnus the Swan. If you look for the pair of bright stars up in the Milky Way right above your head for my mid-northern latitude up here in the US, you have Deneb and Satyr, however that's pronounced. And you also will have Vega, one of the other stars of the Summer Triangle. And it's about 2 degrees away from Satyr, however. So that's kind of how you can roughly find it. And then of course, consult your local star chart for getting it into the field of view of your telescope. Or if you're an imager like me, plug the coordinates into your preferred imaging application and have your telescope still there for you. So some fast facts: it is in the constellation of Cygnus the Swan. It's about 5,000 light years away. So the fact that it appears quite large on our sky means that it's really physically large, which is always really cool given how bright it is. There's lots of energy going on there. It was discovered by William Herschel in 1792. You know, I'm always amazed by like these discoveries that were done in the 18th century, 17th century, because you had to think about the telescopes they were observing through, these like F30 refractors. It's kind of doing surveys across the sky, trying to find anything. And what tedious and also incredibly useful work that they did before they had cameras to do sky surveys. They're doing this all by eye in these slow focal ratio refractors. It's crazy. It has an apparent magnitude of 7.4, but it is pretty spread out since it is quite large. So It can be a little hard to find in the telescope. And I couldn't actually quickly find what the physical diameter of it was, but knowing its size on the sky being 18 arc minutes by 12 arc minutes approximately, and knowing its distance, I use a little bit of basic trigonometry to calculate its diameter to be 26 light years. Just run your tangent on the 18 arc minute angle.
Yes.
All right, so what's going on with this Wolf-Rayet star? So this is WR136, also known as HD 192163, if that's more your jam, plus a lot of telescopes have the HD numbers programmed into them. So this star is only 4.5 million years old, which pales in comparison to the age of the sun, which is 5 billion years old. So it's just a little baby star, cosmologically speaking. And however, it expanded rapidly to become a red giant because it's something on the order of 20 solar masses. It's a huge star. And as a result of that expansion, it's had to start burning higher, what we call metals, anything above lithium or anything above helium, including lithium, in astronomy is referred to as a metal. Even things that we don't really think of as metals like carbon and oxygen. So it has had to start fusing carbon, oxygen, even all the way up to iron in its core in order to be able to continue the fusion reactions to counteract against the pull of gravity. And because of that ferocious fusion and hot temperatures, it is ejecting its outer layers. And at first, it was ejecting its outer layers at 20,000 miles per hour, which is really fast. That's almost enough to get you into Earth's escape velocity. And then about 200,000 years after it began this rapid expansion into a red giant, getting into some higher elements which require hotter temperatures to fuse in the core, that began pushing the outer layers of gas away at 3 million miles per hour, which is just an insane amount of speed. And this high speed stellar wind rammed into the lower speed cloud of ejected material, hydrogen and helium, that were emitted earlier on in the star's lifetime. And this has created shock waves. Primarily, the main shock wave is the bright edge of the nebula that you can see most easily with the telescope. And there's also a lot of some secondary shock fronts that kind of form the ribbed structure that you can't really see in this image, but in my faster focal ratio images, like the one at the beginning, you kind of see this ribbed structure. And because of the fast and furious life that stars like Wolf-Rayet 136 live, it will likely go supernova sometime in the next million years, putting it on par with the timeline for Betelgeuse to go supernova. So we haven't had a supernova in this galaxy in a while. We're due for another one. So hopefully at some point we'll get to see one. Hopefully it's not so close so we get bathed in radiation. This one is quite far away, so no need to worry. So here is another image that I've taken of it more recently that I'll probably go back and reprocess now that I have some better image processing techniques, especially with how to do some star reduction and reducing some of those blue halos around the stars there. But this is a wider field shot and a little more akin to the amount of nebula that you'll be able to see under a dark sky with a relatively large, maybe 12-inch or larger Dobsonian with a UHC or an O3 filter. Of course, your field of view will probably be smaller, but yeah, so here's kind of a wider shot. There's actually quite a bit of other background nebula surrounding it. Some of this hydrogen out over here, and there's probably more that I didn't pick up in this image set. So what does it look like in some other wavelengths? So I couldn't find any single images of it broken out into the different wavelengths, but these are two composite images of different telescope data. So the one on the left hydrogen alpha, the visible wavelength that that photographers know and love, is defined as red here. Oxygen 3, the other narrowband wavelength that we all know and love, is defined as green. And XMM Newton, as it's labeled, is an X-ray telescope that is actually based in space, which is really cool. And that's blue. So all of the blue that you're seeing there is X-ray signal, and the green is a lot of optical light being emitted by oxygen. Then over on the right, a different variant where red is mid-infrared, 24 microns from the Spitzer Space Telescope. And green is hydrogen alpha in this case, and then blue is again the X-ray signal from XM Newton. So kind of seeing the different components, and you can see where some parts where there's a lot of X-ray and less of the optical signal, like kind of up here on the top. And it's neat to see what these things look like in other wavelengths. That can give you insight as to what physical processes might be going on there. And X-rays, being such high photon energy, have to be emitted by pretty energetic processes. And they're, I mean, my guess would be that that's probably from that really high energy fusion that's going on in the core, really high temperature fusion, interacting with that heat interacting with the gases outside. But I have to read more papers to verify that. So visual observing for the Crescent Nebula, I think I have seen it myself. I think it was through some mid-sized Dobsonian, like a 12-inch or something like that. Definitely with a UHC or an O3 filter. I feel like I might have looked at it at the Green Bank Star Quest, but I can't remember exactly where it was at. It might have been in Casper, Wyoming for the solar eclipse. It is difficult for small instruments, or if you're in decent amounts of light pollution, because even though it is bright, it's also pretty spread out. With some larger instruments like 8-inch or 10-inch, you can see the edge of it and maybe some of the inner detail kind of forming what looks like a Euro sign. And especially when you use the UHC or an O3 filter to kind of block out those light pollution wavelengths. Under good conditions, where you have a large telescope and nice dark skies, I have read online that you can sometimes see more of the rest of the kind of pear shape of it. But you definitely want to use low magnification because of its large size, or else at higher magnification, the light might be too spread out to really be able to see much of it. But as with all things, experiment, mess around, see what it looks like. Photographically, definitely that larger field of view is nice because you can get that nice background nebulosity and kind of see it in context of other things. But if you want to zoom in and get more detail and use a narrower field of view, then definitely take some longer exposures. Or I've seen some really incredible images of it in narrowband, which I've only had my narrowband filters for about a year, so I have a lot of targets left to go. But I've seen a lot of incredible images in narrowband, so looking forward to doing that. Primarily hydrogen and oxygen. I don't think there's much sulfur signal there, but you can still see it in wideband as well, doing RGB imaging, especially with a nice fast refractor or something like that, or camera lens. Yep, so that's what I've got on the Crescent Nebula, and definitely I bet you should check out.
Wonderful, excellent. These programs get better and better all the time. So thank you, Molly.
Yeah.
I love it. Okay, well, next up is Conal Richards. Conal is was someone that's first introduced to me by Chuck at the Astronomical League, Chuck Allen. And Conal, as I recall, are you still in high school, or have you begun college at this point?
I just graduated in June. I'm starting at Penn State in August.
All right, that's wonderful. That's great. And you've been involved in amateur astronomy for quite a while. Is that right?
Yes, since 2016. That's when I started observing.
That's
and
great.
I've been doing outreach almost as long as that. Ever since I got my hands on a telescope, I knew I had to share what I saw through it.
Right. Well, Conal, the thing I'm really impressed about you is your presentation style, your knowledge, your drive. You have a spirit about you, like you're very determined and also at the same time very fascinated by the universe. So I'm going to turn it over to you.
Thank you very much, Scott. So I'll begin sharing my screen here. I guess I'll just do the full screen. Give me a moment to pull things up. I'll get situated and let me know if you can see everything all right. It should be good, right?
Yes.
You're seeing my beginning slide?
Yes.
All right. Now, in celebration of Hale's birthday, I think it's really fascinating to look at a lot of the telescopes that he worked on. As we mentioned earlier in the night, he built the world's largest telescope 4 different times. So he really is quite the observer. But he didn't start without a background. There was a lot of work to be done that led up to his discoveries and his engineering and his fascination with the universe. And I think it's really exciting to study the backstory about how we got to the point of having 60-inch and 100-inch and 200-inch huge reflectors that were doing all this great research in the 20th century. So it's really fun to look back through and kind of see what got us to that point. And I'd like to do that through a personal favorite telescope of mine, which is the Laviathan of Parsonstown, Lord Rosse's famous 72-inch telescope. It was a fascinating instrument that was the largest in the world until it was surpassed by the Hooker telescope, the 100-inch, which Hale himself was involved in, but it laid a lot of the groundwork. It was the largest for quite some time. Oops. Trying to transition here. There we go. So looking at some of Hale's background in the 200-inch, as I said, he built the world's largest telescope 4 times over. But when it came to building that 200-inch mirror, he used a lot of the experience he had from the 60-inch and the 100-inch. In fact, when he was approaching Mr. Hooker about building that massive mirror, he originally was thinking about, I think it was an 84-inch mirror. That's what Hooker proposed, but then Hale and his great enthusiasm for astronomy and the great charisma and passion that he must have had surrounding his work convinced everyone to move bigger and build a 100-inch telescope. So that, of course, laid the groundwork for the great 200-inch, which you see here on the right. These images are from Caltech's astronomy lab. The image on the bottom is the mirror just after they received it, and they're polishing it and getting it ready to go. And then on the top is a more modern image of the mirror sitting in there, looking very clean and very perfect, ready to open up to the night sky. So the 200-inch was designed for different work compared to some telescopes in the past. Of course, photographic plates had been well established by this point, and they were looking to mate that portion of astronomy with new instruments they were building. So you saw the spectrograph in that picture with Einstein and the Yerkes refractor earlier. That's the kind of instrument they would have put on the 200-inch as they were doing these huge surveys of the night sky. They would do these huge surveys with the 60-inch at Palomar and then zoom in on the more interesting targets with the 200-inch. Now, it made a number of interesting discoveries, being the largest telescope of its time. One of the most interesting things was that they were looking at variable stars, Cepheid variables, in the Andromeda galaxy. And as they were examining these, of course, we call Cepheid variables standard candles, meaning we can look at those and understand how far an object away is, like a galaxy that features those stars. And when they crunched the numbers and were trying to figure out how far away exactly M31 was, they ended up with double the value that they had at that time, which dated back to Edwin Hubble when he was first figuring out that the universe was expanding. So if you were an astronomer at that time, the observable universe in a way just doubled for you when they realized that the galaxies we saw in the night sky were not just galaxies alone far away from the Milky Way, but they were much farther away than we previously anticipated. Now, another interesting thing that the 200-inch looked at was the nature of quasars. We weren't really sure what these were. We saw these bright sources in the night sky. We were beginning to see them as these bright radio sources, but it wasn't until the 200-inch came along that we really looked at them in optical light. So the 200-inch famously photographed the quasar 3C273, which is 12th magnitude. It's in range of most amateur telescopes. I haven't seen it myself, but I know many people have, probably most of us on this call. But the 200-inch photographed this, and they found that the surface brightness of this thing was hundreds of times greater than a lot of the other galaxies that we were observing at the time, meaning that these quasars were very active. The nuclei of galaxies, there was a lot going on there, a lot of radiation and a lot of activity. But then again, going back in time, it's interesting to note what came up to the 200-inch. So we started off by using telescopes with a lens maker called Hans Lippershey. And he used a lot of the same size telescopes that Galileo did. Galileo was remarkable in that he turned those telescopes up to the sky. But these telescopes in aperture and size were not much bigger than a lot of astronomical binoculars that many of us use. They were only maybe an inch to 2 inches, maybe 3 inches at the largest. And they didn't get bigger until astronomers were trying to push the limits of their equipment and see farther into the night sky. So Newton later on, he didn't necessarily make the largest telescopes of his time, but he did develop the Newtonian telescope, which we see on the right here. That's a reflecting telescope. So you have in the back the mirror, the light coming through, bouncing off a secondary and coming through the eyepiece. And that laid the groundwork for the much later telescopes. Of course, refractors with their heavy lenses that can't really be supported on either side, they do have their limits in construction and engineering. So reflectors ended up being the way to go for much larger telescopes. Now we came to Huygens. He ended up making much larger telescopes. He called them aerial telescopes because they didn't really have a tube. He would have a primary mirror way in the back that would kind of be balanced on a tripod. And then the secondary mirror extended way up and hung off of, a large tree or a building or something like that. And he would actually hold the primary mirror and try to look through what was coming through, bouncing off the secondary. So it was this very awkward setup. And it wasn't until we came to Herschel and Parsons later on, William Parsons, where we got these much more practical reflecting telescopes. So Herschel built his famous 40-foot telescope that was a 48-inch, but then William Parsons, also known as the third Earl of Ross, built this large telescope in the middle of Ireland, Central Ireland, and it was a 72-inch mirror. It was the largest telescope ever built. It was called the Leviathan of Parsonstown. In fact, Parsonstown was named after the family there. They were very influential there. And of course, that laid the groundwork for the telescopes that Hale built later on. But looking at the construction of this Leviathan, it's obviously massive. I had the good fortune of visiting this telescope in 2018 and got to see it up close and try to understand it a little bit better and get a closer look at the construction. So you can see here, there's this wedge-shaped platform, and you can see it down in the drawing below, that would slide up on these rails, as the telescope was moving. So we had 110 degrees that he could move it vertically and 10 degrees that he could shift it horizontally. Now this thing was so huge that of course they couldn't spin it around. It wasn't quite like an observatory dome. So he had to observe targets at certain times and at certain times of the year as well. So he was limited in what he could do, but he was a very crafty guy, a very skilled observer, and he made the best of what he had. So looking at some of the specs for the telescope, it was 72 inches. The focal length was over 50 feet because it was an f8.8 mirror. So quite slow for a reflecting telescope by our standards, but he was using the materials that he had on hand and doing the best that he could. Now, unlike modern optics, this was what was called a speculum mirror, meaning they made it out of reflective metal. So a lot of them used tin or silver or different things like that, but they weren't these glass mirrors that we've grown so accustomed to. And in fact, it only had 60% reflectivity, unlike modern optics, even the consumer optics that many of us use, which have up around 90 or closer to 100% reflectivity because of the coatings we can put on them. Now, at the time of its construction, the telescope cost 20,000 to 30,000 pounds roughly, and that translates to about 4.3 million US dollars in the modern day. So he was quite well off, and I'm sure Adrian made a joke before about, buying new equipment and all the cloudy skies came. I'm sure Lord Ross
It
witnessed
came true, Conal. About 5 of us bought new equipment here in Michigan, and we've had nothing but thunderstorms.
Oh, that's tragic. We all know that struggle, though. You buy something new, or in Lord Ross's case, you construct something new, and then in come the clouds. And in fact, that's exactly what happened to him. He was opening up the telescope in 1844 in September, and it was actually an interesting story because he had some prominent astronomers there with him. He had James South from Britain, who was a famous double star observer, and Reverend Thomas Romney Robinson, who was also quite a skilled observer. Now, they were all trying to look at nebulae and star clusters, but they were limited by the weather in that September. So later on in March, in March of 1845, they got their first serious observations in. From the research I found, they looked at a couple of double stars, they looked at the open cluster M67, and then came the real discoveries that came with the Leviathan of Parsonstown. So before we get to that, I want to look at a little bit of the mechanics of this. there's a handle that you can see up here, sort of a crank. And as Lord Rosse would be standing there looking through the eyepiece, this brass component here, he would actually turn that crank to shift the azimuth of the telescope as he was tracking targets. So in some ways, it was like an early Dobsonian with the base all the way down here and pulling the telescope up and down, kind of pitching it up for the altitude and using this crank for the azimuth. But anyway, as I mentioned, they got to these really interesting objects they were coming across. At the time, we knew them as spiral nebulae. Now we know them as galaxies. Lord Rosse was the first person to see these galaxies as featuring spiral arms. So he looked at M51. This is M99 we're seeing on the right here. That was a sketch that he made. And he also looked at M33 and Triangulum as well. Now, there were a couple of other claims that Lord Rosse made, which are really interesting for us to look at in the modern day. For example, he was studying the Orion Nebula, and he claimed that he could resolve it into stars. Now, of course, we know that the Orion Nebula is made of gas, and it's not a star cluster or anything like that, even though there are a couple of stars that we can see in it. But Lord Rosse and many of his contemporaries, they were obsessed with this idea of resolvability. And in fact, that's a lot of what drove the construction of such a large telescope. See, Rosse was of the opinion that looking at these galaxies and nebulae, all they were these tightly packed clusters of stars, and that if we only had enough resolving power and enough aperture, I guess an example of aperture fever in the 1800s, that we could resolve these into stars. And he claimed that this is what he saw in galaxies. And it actually turns out that the galaxies, and maybe not the Orion Nebula, were made of stars. And he had these beautiful sketches here, many of which ended up looking a lot like the images we see now. I'll get to those in just a little bit. Now, with the Great Reflector, he also studied the Crab Nebula. He had done this before with a 36-inch telescope he had built, but was able to study it in much greater detail later on. And again, as I mentioned, this resolvability was a concept he was really interested in. Reverend T.R. Robinson, who, like I said, was there at the sort of big opening night for the telescope when they were looking at double stars and nebulae, gave a talk in London, and he was actually talking about all these abilities this new telescope had, this great reflector, in resolving these nebulae into stars, that being M51, which they were most interested in observing. Now, I have an image of that here, just on the right, but that's compared to one of Lord Rosse's sketches on the left. And you can see the resemblance is remarkable. We have NGC 5195 down here, and then M51 right in the center with its broad spiraling arms. The core, it lines up perfectly. We see the arms are spiraling in the same direction, in roughly the same consistency. So it's just stunning to know that Lord Rosse, with the telescope that he had and the engineering limitations that it had, was able to get so much resolution out of this and see so much in the Whirlpool Nebula. Now, this is another image here. This is M101 taken by the Hubble Space Telescope on the right. What on the left here, once again, is a sketch made by Lord Rosse. And again, the resemblance is just undeniable. So the core is very tight, just as it is in Lord Rosse's sketch. On the left here, these images oriented about the same. You can see these arms spiral out a little bit more than they do in the rest of the galaxy. And he's depicted that here with these arms on the left. And then you can also see there's a number of knots and bright stars and nebulae. These might look like the Orion Nebulae or the Lagoon Nebulae from our perspective on Earth, but in another galaxy. So that's kind of what Lord Rosse was looking at here, though you might not have known it. These bright knots of stars and nebulous material in a distant galaxy. Now, I'd like to close by looking at some of the other objects he observed. Well, not necessarily related to galaxies. He did observe the Owl Nebula here, looking quite a lot like it would in a sketching competition, or some of the things we see in maybe a Stephen O'Meara book or something, where he has these creative depictions of different nebulae in the sky. So he actually wrote that there were two stars that he saw, two central stars, almost looking like the eyes of the owl here. And then on the right is a sketch he made of M33. Now, as amateur astronomers, many of us have attempted to study this object, and you can succeed, but it's very challenging because the surface brightness is so low. But with such a slow refractor, a slow reflector that he had, I just find it remarkable that he was able to observe targets like this and see them in as much detail as he could. So once again, all of the work that Hale did and all of the work before Lord Rosse, he made a great bookend between those two eras of telescope machinery and astronomical observing. He was able to build this massive telescope in spite of the cost and in spite of the engineering limitations, and view so much of the universe and discover the nature of galaxies as spiral structures. So if anyone is interested, I have my resources here. Annals of the Deep Sky was very useful. They had a lot of resources and a lot of research that they did. And there were a couple of other papers as well that were quite interesting to look at and read the notes of Robinson and South and Lord Ross when they were working with this telescope for the first time. So thank you very much.
Very cool. Excellent. I learned some things. So I'll have to dig more into the giant telescope that Lord Ross built. For what I understand, that guy also built, I guess, the first electric generators. He's powering his city. I also heard that it was either 6 or 7 mirrors that had to be like in constant rotation to keep that thing going, because he had no way of protecting the reflective coating that was on top of the mirrors, which I think was just silver, and that would tarnish very quickly. So
the Lady Parsons was actually involved in the mirror making process, so it was a gender neutral or non-gender biased approach to astronomy.
Yes. Yeah, it was really, I mean, it's just really amazing person. So, and apparently you can still go see it today. So I just can't imagine turning the wheel as you're up there way up on top and pulling the scope along as you're trying to observe something like that. So it's just incredible. Our next speaker is all the way from Nepal. She's a poet. She is a very enthusiastic young astronomer and a leader too, because she's inspiring youth her age to get involved in science and astronomy. And she's also a big advocate for women and girls in astronomy too. Deepti, thanks for coming on. And happy George Ellery Hale's birthday.
Thank you, Scott. And it's my birthday too today. And today I'm going to share what I did in this 1 year after my birthday and about my starting journey through the astronomy. And here's one short poem. Hey, look those stars, they are twinkling and saying us something. Look those twinkling stars. That moon looks so beautiful, wondering I could reach there, high, so high, high, so high. So today I'm all about sharing about my experience, my journey. And though I'm interested in astronomy since when I was 9 years, and first I was attracted toward this astronomy when I was 9 years old. And this the thinking and imagination of the Jupiters, and first of all, the planet that attracts me is Jupiter. And I imagine a lot, I planned, and officially, or saying officially, I have started my journey since 2020. It's not been a 1 year too. And first of all, I started my journey by participating in asteroid hunting, which was organized by Nepal Astronomical Society. And I participated in the asteroid hunting and seek the asteroids and similarly I participate in different webinars and different programs and the sessions, different sessions. And first of all, I was connected by the Astrophysics and Astronomy Olympiad, which was organized in Nepal. And similarly, the group by the asteroid hunting, the group of I got the one group, and one of my friend, that's Sojan Acharya, and we coalesced together and plan to organize one clubs and do something in astronomy, and let's make outreach of the astronomy in Nepal. Is Nepal's believe in astrology up to now. So let's promote astronomy. We think that let's promote astronomy and let's promote astronomy and give knowledge to everyone. And we make a one community. We take all the students in one community and organize different programs, webinar series, and outreach programs to give them knowledge and to learn ourselves, because we are also in the learning phase. And similarly, the highlighted programs are like I have participated in these space app challenge, and like it's a type of hackathon where we discuss about some of the problem and give the solutions. And Mars mission challenge, which was organized by NASA for the land of perseverance. And similarly, I'm the junior member of Nepal Astronomical Society, and working in that and organizing the outreach programs through my own organization, that is Astronomy Enthusiast in Nepal. And first time I have used my telescope, which was gifted by one of my brother, and that was just 2-3 months ago, and I was the telescope first time and make the outreach program near my house too. And I would call this children's small kids and show them the moon and the star, and they were very happy, and that's the happiness in their face was giving me a lots of hope and to move ahead again, to do more things. And similarly, we have participated in the cubes in space. That's to land our experiment into the space by which was organized by Cubes in Space, and was just I was participating in 1 month ago. And similarly, like this, I have given the presentation in the Global Party too, and thanks to Scott for giving me this opportunity. And similarly, we are planning to all sorts of programs through my own organizations to make outreach programs, and let's plan about the space explorations and all over the astronomy. And first of all, we want to move on by giving the knowledge of the astronomy to all, to promote astronomy first of all, and similarly, generally, talking about the space explorations and organizing some of the water rocket projects, and similarly others astronomical programs. And after in this corona time, we are organizing our program virtually, but after everything will be okay, we'll be going physically and organizing different kinds of programs and webinar series, and going to the different types of schools and organizing the programs for the kids, and explore their curiosity. And after this 1 week, 1 year, first of all, I have been officially citizen of Nepal. I got my citizenship in this year,
Wow.
in last year.
Congratulations.
That was my great achievement. I got the citizenship when after the 16 years. And similarly, I started my journey from the August and up to here. I have been coming through, and that's all about me.
Wow.
Thank
That's
you.
wonderful. Wonderful. Good news. Deepti, thank you so much. Everyone just loves your passion, your energy, and that great smile. You know, just it lures you in to learning more about the world of science and astronomy. Thank you very much, Deepti. Okay, we are going down south to Argentina, and Maxi Falares, astrophotographer, is up next, I think. Maxi?
I saw him a couple minutes ago.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I noticed he's left his telescope by itself. That's
Okay, well, maybe he's taking images. Okay, well, why don't we have John Johnson come on up at this point to give us an update on the Nebraska Star Party.
I'm it, huh?
There we
Get
go.
my microphone back on. Okay,
Yeah.
everybody hear me?
Yep.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Scott, for allowing me to come on, and it's been a fun evening. My goodness, some of the presenters tonight were just absolutely amazing.
Yeah, it was amazing.
I I'd hope to, yeah, I said something to when Dava was on. I'm a big fan of hers, but I can see she's left. I think I have all but one of her books, and I've read them. So
Yeah.
pass that along if anybody sees her. Yeah. So
Right.
anyway, we are moving ahead with the 28th annual Nebraska Star Party, as Scott mentioned earlier, from August 1st to the 6th. It's gotten, we're getting a lot of excitement. We have, we usually try to end up with no more than about 300 attendees. Right now we're at 200. We're a little nervous because there are no pandemic restrictions that we'll have to be worried about, but our catering services, which is a Sandhills family that bands together and comes and cooks some great food for us in the evenings, way out there in the open field where we have the event, part of the Merritt Reservoir State Recreation Area. You get me more than about 300 people, it gets a little hard waiting in the line for food. So,
Sure.
but I think we're going to come close this year to that number. So,
Wow. Okay.
anyway,
Any
we
special
have,
challenges that?
well, it's just the idea of having enough picnic tables. You know, we're on it's a Nebraska Game and Parks managed facility, and technically we can't control the numbers of people that just may want to wander in, because we're on a public public park. They call it a state recreation area. So, but we do control who actually gets right on the observing field, and who waits in line for our meals and everything. But it's as any of you have ever heard about Nebraska, it's Nebraska nice, personality. We're all very friendly, and
Oh
we all
yeah.
get along, and we
Yeah.
have a great time, and everybody is super friendly, allowing people to look through their telescopes, and we always advertise ourselves as a very beginner friendly star party.
It's true.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Scott. Yeah, go ahead.
No, it's true. It's absolutely true.
You've been there, yeah.
The last time I was there, I mean, families show up with, 60 millimeter refractors. I'm talking about really beginner,
Yeah,
or just
and
just
we're
a
willing to
pair
help
of
them.
binoculars, So, but it's super dark, ultra dark. Okay, and any telescope works better under these skies.
Yeah, earlier I see Molly's left this too. I put a note. Yeah, I've seen the Crescent Nebula. Of course, I was looking through a 24, 25, probably even a 30-inch Dobsonian reflector, and it's quite easy in those scopes to see it. But yeah, the skies is the sky is the reason everybody comes out there, and we're in Bortle 1 skies there. And really, it's kind of, we'll have natural pollution. We'll have, the sky glow, background sky glow a lot of times will flare up, especially if you're taking wide field images. I've noticed in some of mine, you'll get the faint greenish glow of just the background sky glow, which is kind of interesting to see. The actual, I mean, when your eyes get a dark adapted out there, middle of night, Milky Way, of course, that time of year we're there, it's stretching from the southern horizon to the north, a little bit northeast horizon.
Oh yeah.
And
you can't quite read a book by Milky Way.
You can't quite read a book, but you can prove it. The light from the Milky Way casts a shadow.
Yes, you can.
Yes, you can. You can hold a piece of white paper up there and put your hand up, and you'll see the shadow of your hand on a white piece.
Yeah, that is something very surprising to be in an area so dark, and just having those photons from the stars work that well for you.
Oh yeah, yeah, it is.
Love it, love it. Yeah.
So and we have great support from a lot of vendors. Probably the number one being you guys down there at Explore Scientific, Scott.
Thank you very much.
Always so very generous, and
Thank you.
And I've said even on a couple of chat comments here already this evening that we probably won't have any specific instrument, astronomical instrument type vendors up there, but we do sponsor a big swap meet. We're going to have a separate tent set up just for folks that want to display their wares and swap with other folks as what they want to bring. So there'll be plenty of equipment if you're interested in looking for that special eyepiece or adapter or something for your scope. So
yeah.
so
I just put the link for nebraskastarparty.org.
Have you? Okay, yeah.
In the chat.
I could show some pictures, but I think I don't know. Is there enough
Sure,
folks
of course.
watching? Let me see if I can do this now. So I need to probably get that up going. And okay, so if I get that up on my screen and then I share. Okay.
There you go.
How's that? Now, I'll bring it full screen. Everybody see that full screen?
Yes.
There's a nice aerial shot looking.
Oh,
okay,
right.
I have
Right
these
now we
on
just see
auto mode.
white.
There's what we call Dobro.
Yeah, we're only seeing the.
John, we're only seeing white light. We're not seeing any video.
Okay, I'll have to leave that off then. Okay, how about this?
Yeah, now we can see.
That works.
Yeah, that works. Okay, let's back up here. There's a shot from a drone looking to the northeast just after sunset. There's a paved hard surface road that goes from all the way into to a Nebraska highway that runs along the east side of the lake. From that highway, it's about 2.5, 3 miles back to this spot. But the Game and Parks folks are very nice. They mow this native grass all the way down, so vehicles can drive out there. And of course, nowadays most catalytic converters have shields on them, but that was always a concern in the early years of someone catching a fire from their hot catalytic converter. But they mow it down to just a couple inches of tall, a large enough area to allow everybody just to pull out on the grass and set up wherever they may. That area you'll see. This is I guess these got out of sequence. This is my shot of the comet from Neowise last year up there. So
oh, nice image.
Threw that one in. Okay, here's Dobro, as we call it. It was an area that there again has hard surface, about to have the size of a football field. That the big scopes can be set up out there, and it just becomes a nice, big, friendly party.
Yeah, that would be the area I probably wouldn't be in with any kind of camera.
Now we have a separate area for the imagers.
Yeah, they do.
we set up a separate area for the imagers, so that the guys that
we get moved in amongst the trees and things. We
well,
know how it
there's
is.
very few trees, Adrian, so you don't have to worry about that. But we do have a separate area so you can set up your laptops and your thing. Yeah, not have to worry about ruining these people's night vision. There's a little wider shot of it. Just some of that people just pull up on the grassy areas and bring their. There's another Airstream. Scott.
Yeah, love it.
Yeah. And
there's a
RV.
camera right there.
Here, these got out. I guess I should have tried to sequence. Here's why that spot right there is why people flock from this part of the country, especially to that area in Nebraska.
It looks like ink.
It's
on the
truly
paper.
a dark spot. It's Bortle scale you're all familiar with. We're right on this part right here. You can legitimately call it Bortle 1. There's one of the biggest scopes I think we've ever seen up there. That I think is a 32-inch unit that came from Rochester, the Rochester Astronomical Society up in Rochester, Minnesota.
Cool.
So there's some of that natural light pollution I was talking about.
Yeah.
We do get some aurora now and then. With the sun becoming more active, we might get a shot this year of some aurora. And of course, that natural light pollution over there lightning on the horizons. You'll see a lot of that different times. Up there's the X marks the spot where we're located on that close up of it, and there's showing you the local towns. The largest city of any size is North Platte, which is about 150 miles south of there. So there's just another shot of the Dava. This was a 22-inch built by this gentleman here. Beautiful job using some CNC machines to machine out all this beautiful birch plywood. Wonderful scope. Well, there's one of my shots. So that's a typical shot looking south.
Yeah, look at the stars all the way down the horizon.
All the way down. That's another thing that's remarkable. There's hardly, I mean, unless there happens to be a cloud bank on the horizon, you'll see the stars right down the horizon.
And to be very honest, John, I mean, and I've been there. That's what the sky looks like. This is not like enhanced.
It's not too enhanced.
Yeah,
really. Yep,
I was gonna say that's probably exactly what you see.
Pretty much what you see.
Pretty much what you see.
Yeah, and that you're seeing these tendrils coming off of this dark nebula.
Oh yeah.
heading.
Yeah, that's exception that the sky does look darker than that.
There's a little bit, but and then you're seeing a hint of color, which you probably won't see with the unaided eye. But part of the challenge is okay. How much of the bulge of the Milky Way can you see out here, and then how many of these dark tendrils can you pick up just with an unaided eye? And it's amazing. You get your eyes dark at that.
Right. Considering I've seen color in a Bortle 2, the image that I took is an enhanced version. But what I saw with Bortle 2 was color. So I would expect to see that and maybe a little more at Bortle 1. So this is exactly what I would be coming for.
There you
just
go.
To look at it. I wouldn't even fire up the camera. I would
that's why I always say, especially the new folks, just pull up your lounge chair and maybe a pair of binoculars. Other than that, just lay back and watch the sky get dark. It's amazing. And here's what I was talking about: our catering. Some excellent food made by this local farm family. They run a ranch just about 40 miles north of where this is, and they bring the whole family down and provide some excellent meals in the evenings for us. So, and there's
they look all satisfied.
The big scope's waiting for darkness.
Yeah.
There's another.
And the first star.
Anyway, there you go. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Now, is there still room for people to come, or are you full?
Yes, I mean, we're getting a little nervous because we've never had to cut off registrations, but I think this year, if things start to get close to 300, we may just put the word out. Hey, that's all we can take. If you truly want to come and eat and join us in the meals, and then on the middle of the week Wednesdays we go into Valentine High School. They have a beautiful air-conditioned auditorium, and we got at least 3 speakers lined up. A gentleman named Rob Landis that works for NASA has been working on the Sophia Airborne Observatory, the 747. He's going to, I think he's going to talk on planetary defense, how we can protect ourselves from asteroid hits this year. Also, the other main speaker is Ms. Diane Knudsen, who is now this year president of the board of directors for the International Dark Sky Association, and she's going to give us I'm sure, a very impassioned plea about how important dark skies are.
Yeah.
In fact, just a side note, the Nebraska Star Party Inc. Are pursuing a dark sky designation. In fact, we've submitted our application to the IDA folks there in Tucson, and are waiting patiently for their decision, whether they're going to accept our package and maybe we'll get our designation. Maybe we'll know by August if we get it or not. So.
Okay. Great.
Thank you so much.
Keeping my fingers and toes and legs and everything crossed for you.
Yeah.
So,
all right.
It definitely deserves it. Okay. I see Cesar's with us right now. I've got Maxie coming up next, and then we're going to take, I think we're taking a break, and then we will come back and catch up with Cesar and Adrian and a few others here tonight. So you're watching the 52nd Global Star Party. Maxie, we're going to turn it over to you.
Hi everyone, hi Scott, Cesar, Adrian, John. Amazing view, John. I want to be there soon. That's there is no tree. The weather looks in that day very good, without clouds and without light pollution. So okay, hi Harold Locke, I see in the chat. Hi everyone. Tonight I'm going to show a little picture that I took a couple weekends ago from Alberti when I ran away from my home to see some dark skies. So basically, let me show you my screen and let's see. Okay. Okay, are you seeing?
Yes, we can see.
Yes.
Okay, basically, this is only one shot that I took that night. No, sorry, 3 shots in 30 seconds. This is the school, the farm school, abandoned, but is now in restoration. 2 weeks ago, Marco sent me some pictures that the floor and everything go out. It was very old, in a good in excellent condition, but they have to remodelar everything. So this is only a single 3 shots that I stacked it, and in 30 seconds with a Nikon 3050. This is the car of a friend, and the scope right here, taking some pictures to M83. And then I took maybe 8 pictures of the Milky Way, because it was above us in our heads, and this is what I could take.
Beautiful.
Well,
Wow.
I think it's
spectacular.
The clouds and the core of the galaxy was in well, John in that sky maybe saw it, but see this above your head, where the aberrations of the sky, it doesn't affect anything, and you see the clouds in, it's like to be in 3D. It's like you can touch it. It was an amazing view, and obviously we are sit in our chairs, dinner in that time, and enjoying the view. So I wanted to share this picture. You know, this you can see
spectacular Milky Way shot. It's incredible.
Thank you.
Yeah, so the Rho Fuchs region, I mean, it's just incredible.
It was only 4 minutes stacked, only a few pics, because we have some wet weather at that time, and the lens go very wet. So I was with a hair dry hair to dry the lens.
Hair dryer, you got that running, and
exactly.
Yeah.
But These clouds in the dark clouds was spectacular. And
It is.
with my scope, I was taking pictures of the Dragonfly Nebula, and it's in here. You remember the 2 weeks ago I shared.
Yes.
Now I bought a couple weeks ago a new mount that it was a very good price from a friend from here, and I had obviously bad weather, a very cold weather. You can see I'm very and I'm drinking mate also. But I right now, let me show you. I'm connected to my another computer. It's outside in my backyard. I'm connected
I'm
right
happy
now.
that it's not only me. the computer side.
We're crazy, Cesar. I
Today I am
started
in
to
the balcony, no problem.
but there is no wind. Yesterday it was impossible.
Horrible.
And what I was saying, no, basically I started maybe 7 p.m. I back to my work. My fiance was doing exam, so I put my equipment outside, start to do the alignments, the polar alignments, the calibration, everything, and was freezing, very freezing. So I start to take pictures almost 2 hours ago. I'm guiding in the Trifid Nebula. Maybe it's very blur image. I don't know if you can see. Is they're right here because the sky doesn't very clear right now. I'm taking pictures for almost now 3 minutes. Let me show you. And now I'm seeing with you how it's going. Yes. Okay. Yes, the pictures they're good. Do you see the nebula?
Yes.
You obviously it's like a pink sky because the light pollution, but also the moon is rising right now. But no, the stars are very good. Yes, I maybe I will let it from a couple of hours. Let's see what happened. But also I started to take pictures of an object that is amazing to see in single eyes with a telescope. The Omega Centauri Nebula, global cluster. Sorry.
Or maybe dwarf galaxy, which is what I'm hearing.
Yes,
out of
it's near to be a
the
galaxy.
science. Yep, the science publications now.
You know this is only 1 minute picture because if you do more time, you will the core will be very brighting, so you cannot see the core. But in this case, well, I don't know if the focus is good, but with the convolution is going to be good. But also the color of the stars, it doesn't shine too much, and when you process them, you see the colors, the real colors, blue, white, red, and everything. Also, it's a very near from there. I try to do NGC 4549. I don't remember is that number. It's a galaxy, very. It's not very bright. With eyes, you can see it here, but in pictures, it's like a cloud only a single cloud.
Hmm.
See? So no,
I see.
because
Mhm.
it's very blurred galaxy. Obviously, without pollution, light pollution, and taking a lot. Well, right here was passing by a satellite. Without the light pollution, maybe the info will be get more interesting. And here, down here, there's another galaxy, tiny galaxy that I don't remember the name. Sorry, but let me see in the. You can see the cross of the satellite. The
Yes.
passing by. Let me see if I zoom the galaxy down to share it. So if you're going to be tuned, maybe to do the after party, maybe I will try to process some images to share with you.
Okay.
You can see the galaxy. It's shiny, but it's like M87,
Mm.
but more small. It's something like that. It doesn't have clouds to see it. It's only a shiny galaxy.
Maxi, what camera are you using for this?
Right now, a Nikon D80, a very old camera, DCLR camera, with a comma reductor for f5 telescope, but I have an f4, but it goes okay. And to guiding, I'm using a QH-Y5 camera, monochrome, and attached to the guide scope 950 guiding scope. No, and that's it with the new mount that my fiance doesn't like it too much, but she came back to see my mother-in-law, and we have another mount. Surprise.
No
Surprise,
problem.
surprise.
Nice electrocardiogram.
She tell me that the another mount is got to go out, but let's see what happened in a few days. So well, that's it, I think. Well, I want, this is Cartusiel, maybe someone you know this program. Right now I'm taking of course in AIM M20, the Terrific Nebula, and it's going passing by the other side of the you can see the north, and this is what I see from here. You today Molly was talking about the Cruising Nebula, and you can see the Cygnus constellation. Look where I have it right now.
Oh,
it's very
down there.
Here's the north, and it's 30 degrees to the east. So the Crescent Nebula, I think, is from here. Maybe this is the I don't remember North Carolina Nebula, but no, I think this is one. But now here NGC 6888, the Crescent Nebula.
Nice.
And it's very difficult to see it. Obviously, in the city, it's kind of impossible. Last year, I was taking. I have some objects in the north, but the light pollution kills me a lot because it's very orange. Very orange. So I have to go to a farm place to do some pictures. Well, last year I tried to do the Andromeda Galaxy. This year I will do it again. Prepare it for that, and well, the galaxy that I took, well, this is the south. You can see that there are the Great Magellanic Cloud and the small, and here's the sound of the Southern Cross. Here's the zone of the Carina Nebula, and here's the Centauri, el Centauro, digamos. Let's see it. And here's Omega Centauri, NGC 5139. Here's the Centaurus A galaxy, NGC 5128.
Right.
But in the other side is the galaxy that I took pictures. Is like a very dark cloud, but NGC 4945. Yes, and the other galaxy was NGC 4976. Sorry for my dogs. It's the cats of the neighbor are doing cats things, and my dogs are barfing.
Yes, of course, and they're doing dog things. Yes.
Yes. I tried to do some pictures to the jewel bug cluster, but I don't need much time to do a star cluster. But I want to do some deep sky objects that to see what happened with the mount and the go-to, because right now I'm particularly testing and calibrating. 2 weeks ago, I was only one night to try to do guiding. It was impossible. I go to bed 5 a.m. I think, and now I was freezing, very cold night. But now I think I figured it out. So, well, thank you for the space to share what I'm doing right now and what I did a couple weeks ago. And happy birthday to Hale Day.
That's great. Wonderful. Maxie, thank you so much. Thank you for showing us your universe down there. That's totally cool. And people are very interested to see those images post-processed. Up next is Adrian Bradley. Adrian, as you can tell, he's been enthusiastically commenting on all these wonderful Milky Way shots. Adrian loves to do night sky photography, has taught us a lot already about how to set up our own systems to do this kind of work. But Adrian, what do you got for us today?
Well, since we had the birthday of George Ellery Hale, and one of the things that he contributed to astronomy, besides a lot of the giant telescopes, was also the magnetic fields on sunspots. So I would love to be like my peers. They've been shooting sunspots lately, and they've got some fantastic shots of sunspots. I just decided to talk about shooting directly at the sun and when to do it, what to do it with, and how to do it safely. So for those that have always been interested in getting solar pictures, I'm actually going to stop share for a moment and see if I can drop my background out, because I'll share some instruments that you can use to go after the sun visually. This is the Coronado. This is the type of solar scope that will allow you to see HA wavelengths, so prominences and things like that. So if you're using a white light filter telescope, maybe you've got your camera hooked to it to take pictures, that's your typical white light filter that goes in front of your spotting scope that you can mount to a tripod, or you can take a lens. You can take your big lens, which this is 100 to 400. It's an old one that telescopes, and you put a solar filter on it, and then you can take a direct shot of the sun. So I decided to share those for those that are interested in taking the sun. When it's high in the sky, that's when you would probably not want to shoot at it at all unless you have a filter available. I aimed a camera directly at the sun. I didn't do it for very long because I figured when it's high in the sky, it's going to burn your optics. But there are times when you can safely take pictures. You do have to be careful. As the Astronomical League always says, do not, and we repeat, do not take pictures. Do not look directly at the sun with your eyes if you can help it. Do not, use safe eclipse glasses, solar glasses. When taking pictures like this, you do have to be careful and know when is a good time to shoot at the sun. One of those good times is when it's not in the sky and you can catch the rays of the sun as it's still setting, moving along the curvature of the earth. This is when the moon, this is a waxing crescent. That's a good time to get the sun and the moon in the sky at the same time. Or you get the moon, you can sometimes get the moon, you get the sun when it's really low to the horizon. They'll sometimes be spread too far apart, so it'll be tough to get in one field of view. So some of the shots that you're going to see here are me shooting at the sun when it's very low to the horizon. That's when you turn if you're not using a filter, you're turning your aperture all the way till it's a pinhole. It's like f/22, f/32 for those that know your cameras. And then you're shooting at the sun. That has been the safest way that I know. This is out of a hotel shooting at the setting sun over the mountains in Vegas. I was there for a bowling tournament 2019. At least I think this was the 2019 at South Point. Caught the sun setting, so you can see that's where you get those pictures with the disk of the sun when it's low enough on the horizon that you can reduce your camera's aperture far enough to not risk your sensor being burned. When the sun is covered by clouds, that's a good time to try and shoot at it. At a nature preserve here, I think this is actually a metro park, and we had a beautiful sky with the sun setting and it's behind clouds. So using very narrow apertures, and I took that picture. Here you've got the sun blanketed by clouds. This is Port Crescent State Park. So you can shoot at the sun when it's not visible because the low clouds are blocking it. So you use your narrow apertures again and you get the light. You can get some dramatic photos this way. If there's just enough of the disk of the sun peeking through the clouds, you can shoot at it and get vistas like this. You can frame it when it's just coming up. So these may not be in quite the order. This is the picture that I've shown in a Global Star Party before where I tried to frame the sun coming up. You can see the reflection. If you're creative enough, you can do some things with the sun, but I would only do it rising or setting. This is a rising sun. And during the spring equinox, it's one of the fastest sunrises you'll ever see. This sun is here, I would say maybe 30 seconds from ago from when I took this shot. About 3/4 of the sun was visible over the horizon. There was a gentleman there taking a photo. I'd love to say it was me, but nope, it was a gentleman there. And I took advantage his wanting to catch a sunrise. So I caught him, the lighthouse, and everything. With a stop down enough aperture, you get those sunbursts where you get these lines in the sun. We all used to draw the sun with the lines. Well, they're real. If you take the picture and your aperture blades create the those lines in the sun. So now this is a poor but instructional representation of a solar eclipse and the diamond phase. When the sun is fully eclipsed by the moon in a total solar eclipse, it is safe to look at with the eyes. But if you're still concerned, don't test your eyesight. Your eyesight may not be used to it. Feel free to use a projection. Or in this case, I actually had it on recording on an iPhone from a small 5-inch telescope. Once the diamond phase appears,
yeah,
this is pretty dangerous here. You see this and you want to look away. You only want your camera equipment can stand it for a little bit. It doesn't have the dilation of your eyes, but this diamond phase as the eclipse ends is pretty it's sunlight is coming back in, and there's enough bright sunlight in the sun to begin damaging your eyes. Your pupils are wide open, and if you sit there and stare at it, you do risk blindness. Please be careful. 2024, we get to see another total solar eclipse here in the States. I think there will be a total eclipse in Antarctica, I believe, right? This in coming up, or did it already? It didn't already pass. In December, I think there's a total solar eclipse, right? In Antarctica.
Let me look here.
Yeah,
Yes,
for those.
I think it's.
I didn't go.
No, I can go too. No.
Yeah, if you go to that, you'll be cold and blind. So just be careful. And any partial phase, you do have to be careful. Go ahead, Scott. It was a December.
It is
Yep.
December.
So this is another sunburst. It's a creative way. The sun is shining through trees or through objects. You can manage the sun's light. That's actually the sun shown as a kind of a starburst, as if it were just kind of a part of this bridge. But just keep in mind that all of the light here still coming from the sun. It's still a powerful light. You have to be careful if you're going to play with your images. Here's your projection method, and here's the crescent as the sun. It casts these shadows, and all the shadows are all crescents. That's what happens during an eclipse. Now, sometimes you're lucky enough and the eclipse is shrouded by clouds. Here's a black and white that I did of one of the many pictures I took of the recent June eclipse. And this was a little bit safer, if not because we were lucky enough that the sun was bright enough to shine through clouds, so I could take direct shots and I didn't have to use the most narrow aperture. Still, it's not something I would stare at it with your eyes, even though it's coming through clouds. You see it. I took pictures of it. You want to shield your eyes. You don't. At any point, the sun's brightness could shine through a hole in these clouds, and then it gets really bright. And I don't know if I have a picture of that. Sort of. This is another yet unreleased sun picture. There you see the sun it's blocked by clouds, but you can still tell it's eclipsed as it's coming through this massive cloud bank. And it makes for a very interesting picture. None of my sensors have been burned in taking these photos, but again, you just have to be really careful. So where this part is washed out, would not advise looking directly through there. You do take chances when you're looking at any part of the sun, just because that light is so bright. Here we go again with sunsets, narrow apertures. You can end up with a beautiful picture, and you can end up with the disk of the sun. It's low to the horizon.
Mhm.
I would only shoot when it's low to the horizon. I would not risk your sensors otherwise. You can melt those sensors. This was one of the riskiest shots that I took. The sun popped out from this cloud wall. You had fog, and I believe this was April.
Mhm.
And that's a full-on rising sun, and it's already blaring. I took the shot.
Beautiful.
My camera, yeah, it's a beautiful shot. My camera didn't die. I didn't melt it, but when showing the picture, you kind of want to look away from it because it's almost like you're looking directly at the sun. It's like you can see just how bright that is, and you almost feel like you're looking at the sun. I showed this with a photography group, and they wanted me to crop out the sun because they felt like it was burning their eyes. And this is a further away image of it. Coming over Lake Erie Metro Park, this feeds into Lake Erie. And I think those are all the images that I had.
You have a question. Martin Eastburn wants to know, have you ever seen two sunsets seconds before each other? Western sky over water setting, the sun will sink, rise, and sink again.
I have not.
In the Pacific.
Yeah, I have not seen that effect. I haven't. I'm trying to think of where I have good Western low horizons, and the one place that I know of is covered with trees. If I can get out to the west coast of the state of Michigan, over Lake Michigan, I'll look for that effect, because it's the last time I was out at Lake Michigan, there was a big wall of clouds and the sun just disappeared behind it, never to
right
effect. So I think you'll, but yeah. So yeah, I have heard of that effect. That is something I will be looking for. So I'll go ahead and.
Wonderful work. Thank you very much, Adrian. Really
there you go.
Excellent.
Look at the sun safely. Take pictures of the sun safely.
Yeah.
But you can shoot right at it, and sometimes magic will happen, even with your smartphones. I did have a picture. I won't look for it now. We'll go to our break, but I did have a picture where I used my smartphone to take the picture, and it turned out to be a pretty good shot as well. But you do have to be careful.
Yeah. All right. Well, definitely, if you're interested in solar observing, solar photography and stuff, certainly take the Astronomical League's and Adrian's advice on safety. But there are good products out there that you can do this with. And when you get to see details on the sun with the right stuff, it is amazing. We're going to take a 5-minute break, and then we're going to come back to Argentina, to Cesar Brollo, who I think is set up on his patio doing some more astrophotography. So we'll be right back.
Hey, Adrian, what an excellent photos do you take.
Thank you. I actually had some others that I took tonight. I've been messing with HDR to kind of see if the dynamic range, see if my dynamic range gets a little better. So I'll have to play around with it. It's taking a while for the images to upload. But
I took when I was in holidays about 2 years ago, when I bought this camera, I want to do some natural photos, and I obviously did some sunset photos, but diaphragming very, very tiny, and with some clouds too, because the sun was very shiny. But also I did a sunrise. I woke up very, very early to take pictures from the ocean, to the Atlantic Ocean. But there was some smoke in the horizon because there was some fire, a forest fire.
Forest fire.
Yes, that was
No.
take those ashes and smoke to the east, and you can see this little thin cloud that make very orange sun, and was like a filter, natural filter, but
Yeah, I've seen that effect before with the sun, and that's another picture I didn't dig up as well. In the chat, Beatrice, you are very welcome. I've been itching to do some landscape wide angle stuff as hopefully our weather will break as the week goes on, so I can get a chance to do some, because we're getting to the dark of the moon now. So it's time to get the June Milky Way, which you catch it rising and you can image it as a panorama. So I've been working on it to see if I want to try and get a nice detailed image of that.
do you have yes, ask me.
I've seen the sun when it's filtered. It's a lucky break, because then you can shoot at it. You can often shoot at it without a filter. It's still iffy as far as seeing it. You kind of blink and you're like, yeah, I can see it, but there's always the warning of untold damage that might be getting done to your eyes.
And you feel it. You feel it.
Yeah.
When you are trying to get focused and you feel that radiation, so it's very dangerous.
Yeah.
So let's do it very far and take pictures. If you have live view in the camera, I think it will be help, but I don't have it. So
yeah, if you've got an older Nikon, you may not have it. I do have live view on the cameras I use, even the old 6D that I do most of my shooting with. I have a Sony A7 III that I shoot with as well. I usually use it for the moon, and I've got the big beast on it where I shoot. I generally shoot the animals with it. But yeah, it's something you have to be careful with, because you can get magic, but I imagine if you're too careless, you just burn your sensor right out. Then you lose it.
Last year in the solar eclipse in Valcheta, obviously I was freaking out because I was seeing the corona, the clouds passing by, but also taking pictures with my hand in the telescope. But obviously the moon was passing by through all the sun, and I tried to see in the little mirror the flares of the sun, but not directly. So I did like this, and I see that disk with the flare sun. But when the prominences, but when the sun, the moon passing by and start to get more brightening, I had to put the solar filter, because my sensor will be
it'll be melted down. Or it'll have a bad spot in it.
Exactly. And when I put at the second I put the solar filter and I still taking pictures, you see the very thin sun surface, and when you see the picture without that filter, it was very, very bright in that. And also the pictures, that picture makes you make the view, your eyes hurts. It's you heard in the picture.
That was that last one I had. My eyes are still burning from my last photo, just because I captured so much of the brightness of that, and I zoomed in too. I zoomed in with I think it was a 600 millimeter lens, and I zoomed right into that part of the sun. So it was.
Yeah. Got to be careful. Got to be careful.
Yep.
Be careful.
Yep. Well, we are back, and Cesar Brollo is with us. So
Yes.
we had a little change in our schedule because Stella Kafka could not attend. She had an emergency, so that kind of messed up our schedules here. But we've had a great Global Star Party so far. It's been really a lot of fun. So, so what do you have for us tonight, Cesar?
Hi, Scott. How are you? Well,
Good.
We have a wonderful night. It started cloudy in Buenos Aires, but now it's very clear. We have, of course, that from here tonight I use only the camera with a 300 millimeters lens. I'm choosing a f number of 6.3 or 8 to have more contrast in the pictures and no more that 800 ISO, the ISO number, the ISO number. And let me show you if I can take a picture of Omega Centauri cluster, but from the city. Let me try. If I took a 10-second pictures. 10-second picture, sorry. Let me try. Because I'll share immediately the global party stuff if I have in the center. I don't know why I don't. Let me share the screen.
I can't leave Cesar without giving the come on.
Yeah.
Your but they looked into your image came up when I did that.
Yes, you can see the.
Well, this is a live image.
Yeah.
Yes.
I see you developing it.
Yes, 10 seconds exposure with a with only lens. I can't make more than this, but it's something because it's a single shot, and it's okay. It's something that.
That's good. I mean,
well, yeah,
to see that from the middle of a city like Buenos Aires. Come on.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yes, and
come on.
Yes,
and also with the moon,
and also with the moon.
Yeah. With the moon. Yes.
No, it's wonderful.
No, that is visually. That's good visually. I mean, once you get there, anything else you add is just golden.
Yes, absolutely. And a friend offered me to give me 1 week OTA and 8 inches carbon fiber Ricci Gretier F10 telescope. And the only thing that I don't accept yet, this huge OTA to put in the EX100 is that I don't have in home enough counterweights to put in the mount, because I love to show, especially to Sherry Hubble, the engineer, one of the designers, the creator of the EX100, many times with a huge OTA over sized for this month, but it's great that many times I use the sorry that I stop share. It's not so fun the picture to show 10 minutes. Don't have colors, and yes, I'm starting using another telescope, but the only thing that that I need to put is a guider system. Actually, we are waiting for your company, Scott. The max of 5 inches to make together. This is very nice telescope because it's a f15 5 inches max of Casarin. I'm receiving from another company small guiding tubes because 1,900 millimeters is a huge focal length for without guiding astrophotography. It's a great conjunction of OTA and mount with the Yerkes 100. Today that we are in the virtude of Hale, it's great to talk a little about optics and telescopes, and something that when we have the right size for any mount and the diameter of mirror for professional amateurs, astronomers. For many people, not all people knows or understand that so important is that to know which size of telescope you need in your neighborhood, in your sky, and how today with the great technology that we have anytime more affordable to us to make a small observatory from our backyard, our balcony. Every time is really more affordable, more real. These things that we change or we put a computer in the outside in winter, and we can start to make a completely remote operation anytime with more easy and cheaper tools to have these opportunities. When we think, and these great heroes of astronomy making with in the early 20th century or end of the 19th century, this huge surface of optic surface. When we think in a guy in middle of the night in the top of the mountain, in the focus, especially in the Hale, where the operator going to work with the plates in the focus inside a place in the big telescope. It's they was heroes because all that we know and visual astronomy, and especially in astrophotography, they made professionally, of course, in especially Hale, the ideas how to make a big surface, polishing, making how the glass work, because when they start to make the so modern thinking about engineering, especially in Hale, when we start to think how to make a big surface mirror, but without against the problem of flexibility or for me, it's
how to
amazing.
mount those big optics, So
yes. Because when you think and it's come out, we are talking about 90-30, 90-20, 90-40, and you say, okay, they make engineers that make airplanes too, but when you work with a 100,000 part of a millimeter, that I don't have the idea in inches, but you know that many so small levels of needing of precision.
Yes.
Really, they thought.
So that mirror at Mount Wilson, the 100-inch that you're talking about, weighed I don't have it in kilograms, but in pounds it was 9,000 pounds. Okay, 9,000 pounds, and so you have to hold the tolerance of those optics because glass bends, right?
Absolutely, and it's when we think in, it's amazing that they fight it with the element of 70 years ago, or maybe more, and against the problems of flexibility, or a lot of things where you don't. Today you have maybe in the cell of a big telescope, you have sensors and computers that make the flexibility, change the waveform from a mirror, because you make a lot of different things when the telescope rotates. But they was the first, especially Hale, was the first thing about how to work with materials, maintain the precision of the 8 part of a long way of the light. We are talking about few really small level of size to figure it out in a real precision that is impossible to imagine in a daily things that we talk in a glasses or a pencil. The precision that need a mirror is incredible. Really.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, you can literally just press your hand up against a mirror and change its waveform. So supporting it properly was something that had to be worked out. That 100-inch mirror at Mount Wilson is still the world's largest full thickness mirror, okay, for a telescope. So since that time, they've been hollowed out in the back, honeycomb to reduce weight.
Yes, the honeycomb shape. Yes. For example, they was very they thought that people from the future in this time made an incredible engineering for this mirror. It's
right.
incredible.
That is. That's true.
Thank you,
Cesar,
for inviting me again. It's a pleasure, really.
Always, every time.
Yes,
every time.
I'll be a little early today. I'm sorry because I did not able to be in the after party. Hi, Pekka, how are you?
Yes.
Hello, Cesar.
It's a long day. Yeah.
Hello, everybody.
Yeah. But well, it's a pleasure share with the team.
Thank you. Thanks for being a part of it.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, have a good night, Cesar. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Well, that's great. At this point, we have Cameron Gillis and Pekka Hautala coming on. Which one of you would like to go first?
I think Cameron could do that.
You think so?
I'm prepping up.
Okay.
I have to make everything make sense.
Right. I don't know.
Yeah, if
Cameron may be still setting up. I don't know. Cameron, you with us?
Hey guys. Yeah, no, I'm here. Just a minute. I was just watering the plants here.
Oh, okay.
After the heat wave.
Right.
So
God.
Are you ready?
Jack
But I
Newton,
can
Jack
I
Newton
can
up in
come in.
Canada his wife posted a image that they were at 50 Celsius up there in Canada. I mean, that's
Oh yeah,
really hot.
yeah.
It is almost dangerous.
Yeah.
Here 44 now. I am outside. It's not so cold.
Yeah.
But for Buenos Aires, it's a cold.
It's a cold.
Yes, to be outside is too much cold.
Yeah.
Okay. Good night, everyone.
Take care.
Thanks,
Steve.
Cesar.
Thank you.
Thanks, Cesar.
There you are.
Bye, Cameron.
Okay.
Bye.
Hi, Cameron.
Hey,
Bye,
all right. Let me just get set up here.
Hi, Conal.
All right. Okay, now.
Hi, how are you?
I'm fine, thanks.
So basically, yeah, while I'm getting set up here, I'll just give you an update. I've made a lot of progress over the last couple of weeks here. Actually, in particular, we've had this heat wave, but surprisingly, we actually have had some fantastic weather as well as part of that here in Seattle. So I've been, even though we have, we're not like Pekka. Pekka, I think you have, you still have twilight, right? Even at midnight, you're pretty far north, right?
We have morning. Yes.
Yeah, you're already
no
morning.
no no
What time is
twilight,
it?
no twilighting. We have a twilighting maybe from 2 a.m. to 1:30 a.m. until 2:30 a.m. and the sun is beginning to rise at around 3 a.m.
That's early.
Yeah, and
It's
it's setting about 33 p.m. around. So we don't have any quite darkness. We have a darkness for an hour, but no astronomical darkness yet. That will come late September times. So this is the time up north when we have passed already, I don't know, but when sun never sets. I have seen it once when the sun goes to the horizon and then swings up again. Never down below this horizon. It's kind of our experience.
Yeah, I
Yes.
would think so.
You can think that okay, soon it's going down, but it's coming up and rising again.
How did that happen?
Well, hi, Pekka, how are you?
Hi, Maxim. I'm fine. I'm really fine.
Well,
I've done
good to hear.
yesterday some amazing stuff. So I'm like charged up to my nose.
Yeah.
You know,
Okay.
I had a friend that went to Tierra del Fuego. Is the most austral zone in the country, very in the south, and the sunrise was about 10 a.m. and the sunset was almost 4 p.m. You don't have too many light time.
Yeah. And we have in Sweden, or in Scandinavia and up north, it's usually that the dark period comes, then sun never rises.
Yeah.
It's totally darkness. And
it's good for astrophotography, so.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to give you kind of off the cuff, update on Camstronomy. I guess a couple of things. This last weekend, I really kind of got myself organized. I'm going to repeat some of this in tomorrow's session as well. But basically, one of the things that I'm doing is I am taking a lot of photographs kind of as part of my survey with both a smartphone and with my new ASI Air imager, Astro Imager. So if I go to let me just share my screen here. So just to remind everyone, my setup, what I've done is I've set it up so that I can, I can have it set up just like what Cesar was talking about. I have it set up outside, and then over my home network, I can actually access my phone, my smartphone, and control it and take images, and then I can remotely control my scope, and I literally can do my survey, and I have a PowerPoint of the images I want to take for the day. And for example, I'll choose, I'll list them all off the objects, and then I'll start to take Sky Safari pictures. So for example, recently I was in Ophiuchus. We were continuing our sky survey from Libra, and I started listing off all the objects. And what I do is I do a quick survey with my smartphone, and I go through and I take images pretty quick. They're only 10-second exposures, and basically do object by object, and I record them. And that way you can get a good initial kind of preview of all the objects. And I do my image plate solving, and then I put it all in PowerPoint, and then I follow on as a follow-up, depending on some of the objects. For example, planetary nebula do really well with a smartphone, but other objects, extended objects like nebulae, they tend to do better with the imaging system here. And so what I do is I follow on with that, and I have a light pollution filter, a UHC Optimum light pollution filter, and that allows me to really eke out that nebulosity for extended objects. And then I follow through with the survey, and those ones I do, since I'm using the ASI Air Pro, I have it as an auto stack. I've taken some darks, 10-second darks, and also I've taken some bias frames at different temperatures. We got pretty hot, so there was quite a bit of noise over the last couple of days. But like the temperature sensor on the camera was telling me it was around 40 degrees on the camera sensor, so 40 degrees Celsius. So that's pretty hot. It's an uncooled camera, so that's one of the things. However, I basically am able to do that, and I do a stacking. And what I do is, as it takes the stacks live, I literally take a screenshot. I don't actually save all the TIFFs and do all the post-processing. I'm all about the sky survey first. So collect all the data, get as many objects methodically and organized as I can, capture them, put them in PowerPoint so that they're in a catalog, so to speak. And so, for example, I have this master PowerPoint that I've created now by constellation, and it has all the different objects: Hercules, Lyra, Cephas. It's not quite optimized. Some constellations are further organized than others. For example, Molly earlier today had the Crescent Nebula. So these are my early pictures of the Crescent Nebula. Not very good, but I'm just kind of doing it, and I'm going to go through, and I'm just trying to, as I'm going through this process, I'm improving my capabilities, and at the same time logging my observations in multiple passes. First, I did it, of course, if you recall, I did everything visually. So I've done almost 3,000 observations over the last year visually, and then I followed on and I categorized it as so I'm jumping around a bit here, but let me go back here. I followed along, and I categorized out of those 3,777 objects that I call best and brightest, and those are the lists that I'm actually crunching through right now with the Sky Survey in terms of first smartphone, and then following on with the Astro imaging camera. And the nice part about that is it gives you different views. It helps improve the observations and what you're looking at. And you also, as I improve the techniques, I will start to select objects or regions of the sky, which will be better suited, for example, for a wide field refractor image or a higher focal length eyepiece, or whichever it happens to be, whichever combination. Sometimes it's better to take picture with a smartphone because it has a smaller CCD image scale. Sometimes it's better to take better with extended objects with the CMOS sensor, the ASI Air dedicated astrophoto. And some things are just better to see with your eye. Like one of the things I was experimenting with, which is a really tough object to image, is double stars with an imager. It's extremely hard, and I was able to. This is Lyra. You know what I did is I took a live video. Not a video of, I was watching the screen. I literally took a snapshot of my screen as it was scintillating, and you can see the pair of the Lyra double, but it's not very good, and of course it's very susceptible to seeing conditions. So, but it's impossible to take with an astro imaging camera unless you have a super high aperture or long focal length scope. You have to go super long focal length so you can get that separation between the stars. So anyhow, I'm learning a lot of different things, and I put all this stuff into to get organized, and you start calculating, okay, how much time does it take to take the picture, process it, all that, and then catalog it. And I think I got it down to a pretty good pace where I can not go crazy, and I can really enjoy kind of revisiting it 3 times. First observation, second with smartphone, actually third time with astro imaging, and again processing the images. I'm not spending so much time actually processing. For example, like here, what I'll do is I'll take a screenshot, I'll paste it in here. It's all compressed. I don't download the TIFFs. I don't use PixInsight. I mean, that will be later. And once I've selected, I've done my survey. As I go through, I'm going to find certain objects that I'll want to do that much more extended picture taking. Instead of diving deep into that right now, I'm kind of doing broad brushes, and I'm deepening as I go. So basically, again, I'm jumping around here, but I do want to share. I'll be more organized in tomorrow's astronomy show, but I want to share two neat things. One is, I go back to, not this one here. No. Is this one? Yeah. So I recently got, you know how every time you get a new piece of gear, it's going to rain. Well, haha, I broke the curse. I actually got myself this M42 to M48 adapter. It was a very small piece of gear, mind you, but it was the last piece that I needed to complete my image train to get the right focal distance. And now I got it to the 50 millimeter, actually 55 if you include inside the CCD, between the T-ring adapter and the filter drawer and these 2 extensions. That gets me to the sweet spot, and I'm going to image that first time tonight. It's in the next hour. I'm going to try this, and this should give me optimum performance. All the images I've taken up to this point have been suboptimal. They've been lower. It hasn't had these spacers, and so it's a little bit, not quite very good quality, but it's decent. And it helped me with the technique and kind of practice with the gear and get my workflow optimized. One of the things I discovered, one of the frustrations I had with my wireless setup to be able to control an image remotely in my inside, is every hour, I would say, which is really bad. The evolution and Sky Safari would lose connection. And it was, I basically attributed it to interference. And there, I think I've solved it. This is to be continued, but The way I solved it, because last night I did a good 3 hours of a session and no interruptions, so I was very happy. The way I solved this is you see this USB 3 cable. The cable that comes along with the ASI IR Pro and sorry, the ZWO camera 294 is a really thin, unshielded cable. And that runs right by the Wi-Fi arm of the Evolution mount. And I did some research, and it looks like USB 3 and Wi-Fi don't play together really nice. So it was causing some issues. The mount would go off in half-cocked, and sometimes they would just lose connection. So putting this shielded cable seemed to solve the problem. I'll keep everyone posted, but basically, this is a good lesson learned for anyone who is working with the equipment to set this up for yourselves. Use shielded cable. That will help with your Wi-Fi setup. And so again, I'm doing a lot of different things, but I do want to end my session by sharing a couple of the best pictures that I got lately. There's some more to come, but let me just go. Is this the right one? No, this is not the right. Let me go to the. Is this the one? All pictures. Yeah, it is the one. Okay. So the first one is, yeah, here we go. This is the Ring Nebula. And I just want to highlight that there's a galaxy. This is a 15th magnitude galaxy up here. And then over here is a 17th magnitude galaxy. These are the challenge galaxies. And I was so thrilled to be able to capture this. This is only with 30-second stacks, but you can see a pretty good resolution on the Ring Nebula itself. But being able to eke out these galaxies really made me excited. So that's will get better, of course, if I do more processing of that. But this is just with taking the live stack, doing a screenshot, and then capturing it. So that's one. Another one, I already showed you the Crescent Nebula. So here's the Crescent Nebula, again, 30-second stacked. Let me go here. I showed last week the, oh yeah, I really like this. This thrilled me, of course, the Dumbbell Nebula. Really very happy with the way this turned out. And you can start to see the extensions out here. And here we go. I've always wanted to get the pillars of creation. So you know, a crude shot to be sure, but it's very difficult to see these visually. And this is the first time I've actually been able to see it with my own gear. And this is what I really want to foster here. What I'm trying to do. The purpose is not only for myself, but for everyone to be able to do this yourself and be able to discover these objects and capture these yourself. It is just a wonderful, rewarding experience and sharing that. So so the pillars of creation, you can see it, and here's the Hubble image just for reference. And this is the fun part, is because you start recognizing features, you know, like for example, this brightening here is very clear, this dark section. Even this little dark nebulosity here by this star is right here. You can start to see all, and you can recognize the star when you do the visual plate solve. For example, if we take, maybe I did it wrong, sorry. These two stars are these two stars right here. Now, obviously, with the Hubble image, you have really awesome, you know, no atmosphere, so you don't have these blobs. But look at this little dark spot here. That's that dark spot right there, for example. And just to be able to do that is really thrilling with this crude setup that I have. A lot of noise and everything, but you get the basic structure, and you can pick out this detail, which is really fun. So that was really fun. And of course, it will be better. I mean, this is the thing. I'm just doing the survey, so to speak, and then that will start to become a hit list, so to speak, for to be able to take even better pictures with longer exposures. I don't have an equatorial mount. I'm just working with ALTAS, so I'm pretty much limited to 30-second exposures stacked. And even then, sometimes if it's a certain point in the sky where it's jogging and it's doing the corrections, you'll see the little jogs, and you have to restart the stack and start over again. And it's kind of like lucky imaging, so to speak, or unlucky. You can pick out the good stacks, and then before it starts to do the ALTAS adjustments. But equatorial, yeah, I'm when I get that, I'll be able to go to 2-minute, 3-minute stacks, and it will be even more enjoyable. And then what else? There's another one I want to show you. Oh yeah, and then let's go to these guys. Swan Nebula. This is a beautiful object. Anyone visually as well. I mean, this is one of those objects that has such high surface brightness that even in the low in the sky, I highly recommend anyone with any scope, even a smaller refractor or a Mac, like a 5-inch Mac or whatever. It's beautiful. You see this texture very clearly. If you're in decent skies, you can see it. It's a really nice one. So that was fun. But you can see the nebulosity that's surrounding it with this with the UHC filter. It brings it out even with the 30-second stack. Here's the Trifid Nebula. I know. I think Maxi was taking the picture, and this is not nearly as good as his is going to be. But it was nice to be able to see the 3 different types of nebulosity: the dark, the emission, and the reflection.
With the UHC filter to see to do a view with the eyepiece and the filter, it's very good to see that nebulosity. It's very dark and it will give you a high contrast. If you have a light pollution, it goes out. You see that dark clouds, and that's amazing. Sorry, continue.
Yeah, to be able to see that, you're right on, Maxi. It's very. This is the other thing, part of this, Maxi, and everyone is when you take these images. It's kind of, to me, this is an iterative process and an ongoing journey where you're going between visual imaging and you improve your skills on finding new details, and you'll know what you're looking for. You can start to eke it out, and you can go back to the eyepiece, and it's really it's nice to be able to kind of go back. And that's what I've done. I've noticed even with my new imager, I was like, yeah, I want to use my smartphone now, because the smartphone brings out different details and it provides different capabilities. So it's just a toolbox so that you start to use all your different gear in different ways and get the optimum. And you say, okay, if I'm going to look at double stars, I need this. If I want to look at these, and you can do your scanning based on that, and it makes it really enjoyable. The one thing, of course, is it's difficult to do that if you have one rig. You can't just switch it out, and you want to have a relaxing time and enjoyable time, kind of immersing yourself in one one style of observing or recording that you're doing in the night. So you figure that out, and you say, okay, this is what I'm going to do. And it makes it really nice.
It's very difficult to do that. It's very difficult.
It is. It's hard discipline, and I'm finding that right now, Maxi. There's just so many ways we can go every night, and then I just like, okay, I'm going to do smartphone tonight, so here's a better picture of the lagoon. I improved it from last time, so you can see more of the faint nebulosity. So that turned out pretty good. And then I think there might be one more. Let me just see here. Yeah, I think that's good. And I've showed some of the others. It's M51, and there's a bunch of other good stuff. We'll save that for another time. But basically, the main thing I wanted to share is just kind of the sausage factory, where I'm at, and it will get better and better. And so now all this is going to feed into the Camp Astronomy and the Global Star Party session. So I'll continue to give updates, and ultimately, as we go through this journey, we're going to have, by constellation, you'll have a list of objects and what they look like in different types of equipment and different size of scopes. So you can say, okay, if I'm on light polluted sky, and I have an 80 millimeter refractor, these are the things that I should, that it will be nice to look at, and you kind of set expectations. So I hope that was helpful, and I think I kind of rambled, so I'm gonna stop, take a breath.
No, that's good.
Yeah.
Some comments here. Let's see. Harold Locke, he says, I'm basically following you, Cameron, as budget allows. I really owe you for saving me time and money. Jeff Wise is saying, I am slowly becoming a camstronomer. So nice compliment. So it's great. It's great.
Well, any given night, like you say, there's lots of things. And one of the things is just trying to get yourself to say, okay, kind of necessity is the mother of innovation. Like when we had this COVID situation and of course, equipment not coming very quickly, new equipment, you kind of become very resourceful for what you have, right? And then you say, you know what, I have actually really good stuff, and you start to kind of maximize what you have, and then you really know, and you get to enjoy it. And as the new equipment comes in, you can really start to enjoy, and then you start to say, okay, this is the next thing, because you can dive in, you can buy all the top end gear right away, but it gets a little bit overwhelming.
Yeah.
And it's so I recommend for anyone out there, just dabble and enjoy with what you have, and start to add things incrementally, and then you'll really appreciate when you do get that new equipment and you're ready for it. You're going to get the most out of it.
Yeah, agreed.
And the most important, enjoy the passing by to learn everything.
Yes.
In the experience, enjoy that fails and everything. That's the reason that why we are right here. All of us had a start that, we see the stars, we take some pictures, we very so pictures, but that's going to get stronger and stronger to continue to get more professional and to get more very good. Sorry, I have
have some water.
He's choking up. It's so emotional.
So no, yes, it was very emotional. No, this cocho, these biscuits.
Oh, those things.
With jalapeno.
Read one of those things down the wrong way and you're in trouble. Yes.
Yes. So what I was saying, the importance of all this is to enjoy the moment. And Cameron, congratulations for the Eagle Nebula, the Pillars of Creation. Excellent picture. And I remember my first time that I took that picture, because in every TV documentary and in the books, I saw that writing nebula with those clouds and
the fingers.
You see, what is this? And that nebula, and also the horsehead, always reminding my brother that he loves that objects. And when I took those pictures, geez, I can't believe it.
Wow. Yeah.
No, seeing it yourself, I mean, and recording it, that's what's so fun, because it's so much more, right, Maxi? I mean, it's so accessible now for people. They can actually do this themselves for moderate amount, but you want to do it in increments. Where what I mean by that is, use your smartphone, get familiar with it, because all the things that you learn along the way is going to really make that much more enjoyment when you do it yourself. It's like, wow, it's like really cool. And I see the work that some of the team makes here, like what Molly's taking, and others. They just incredible pictures. Your picture, of course, Maxi, just astounding. Is fantastic, but it doesn't happen overnight, right? I mean, it takes a lot of
too many
time
nights,
and
too many fails, too many headaches, and learn to process, learn to stack, learn everything. And I'm still learning. I'm very newbie in this hobby, but I always want to help everyone who wants to start, and that's and maybe some people say, oh, try to buy this camera, this scope, this, but no, not much people can do it, and some people just single start with the professional gear, and that's amazing, and of course I congratulate for that, but you can't find the little spark that keeps you continuing. I think that
well, the other thing, Maxi, I think one thing we can all say here, especially veterans like Scott and Pekka and that, you know, who've been down the long path, you know, have seen how technology has changed. Now more
you're
than ever,
having
it's
in your pocket the cell phone that you have. You can do astronomy with that.
Well, not only that, Maxi, it's that what we're sharing here, we're actually helping the next generation to make so they don't have to go through those trials and tribulations the way we did, to the extent where it becomes frustrating, right? I mean, we beat that frustration ourselves, and we overcame that, and it was like no problem. You know, that's part of the whole experience. But I think you can broaden, and a lot more people can get through those barriers much easier now, because of what capabilities we have and the knowledge that this forum has. We can really make it enjoyable for a broader audience.
Excellent words.
Anyhow, thanks. I'm gonna have to go watering my plants again and then get my telescope set up. I'm gonna be doing some more imaging with my new yeah. So yeah, thanks. Well, but I'll be following along. So just bear with me.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Cameron.
thanks.
Thank you, Cameron.
Well, Pekka.
Hello, Scott.
Hello.
Hey,
How are
Pekka.
you? Hello, Maxi. Hello, Maxi. How are you? I'm just
good.
I have a fantastic day yesterday.
Oh.
Yeah, today for you.
Today.
Still.
Yes.
Yes.
Well, you have the attitude. I think, Pekka, you wake up in the morning, you know, just amazed at life. I believe.
Yeah,
yeah.
I went to sleep, and when I went to sleep, I think very fast run down what happened, and take that with me into the sleep. And when I wake up, I just wonder what kind of experiences and surprises this wonderful day will bring with it to me. And I take it per when day comes. So what I have thought now a couple of days, what should I talk about and so on. And this, what I talk in my parsec. Thank you, Scott, for that. Pekka's parsec. Okay,
Sure.
you should rename it for Pekka's last squeeze of everybody. I will squeeze.
It's an awesome name.
And
Pekka Parsec, that's awesome.
Okay, thank you. But I've been thinking a lot of the visual astronomy, and I think I don't know, but I will try to explain that how I make astronomy such a huge relief of everything, because I think I saw the night sky like a big movie screen in the movie theaters, 2D. But why then we feel like we feel when we are going into the planetarium. It's like, wow, unbelievable. But we have it live when we step outside our door and go outside. We have stars, nebulas, galaxies around us. They are on the both sides. They are on our back side. So we have to, I do, sit down for 5 minutes before doing visual or imaging, just get that feeling inside me that vast space is surrounding me. And they are not just in the front of me.
Yes.
So I want to start with that, putting me in the center, that I'm the object in the center and they are like watching me instead, not I of them. So I get the feeling that I am a part of them. And when I then begin to imaging or doing visual, this totally different feeling inside you. You are connected differently than looking 2D screen, which I did before. I just, okay, there they are.
Right.
No.
Like it's somehow outside and not part of you, right? So
yeah, exactly.
Right.
But today I am okay. Here I am for them. So so I become to be exposed like in a different way. And of the gears, I would like to say that we should be so grateful and happy what we have, because there are a lot of people don't have anything and they like astronomy so much and they do it with their bare eyes and they enjoy, if not more, but equal to us. So we should be very grateful and thankful for what we have and use them to the limit.
Yes. I'm glad you, Pekka, I'm glad you tried to describe your feelings and in how you tried to integrate your relationship with the universe through astronomy, but also just taking that moment to, that 5-minute meditation that you do, to kind of take it all in and stuff. I do that. I experience that almost anytime I look up at the sky. I remind myself that the stars are not really separate from me, but atomically, where it's all connected.
Exactly.
The energy is running.
We're all part of it.
Yeah.
All of this.
You know, Scott, the last sun eclipse made that I see moon a little bit different today than I did before, because it became a moon, 3D moon for me, because the eclipse does something to the people.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Because if you didn't,
it changes their lives.
Yes, it does.
The first time you see it, and it's the first time you experience anything like that, they don't even know that it's hard for them to articulate what happened.
Yeah, and get words to it.
Yeah, and
they are afraid to describe the feeling because they are thinking out, okay, on the other side, those you are telling, they think you are get crazy.
Yeah.
So
not only crazy, but you're
not crazy, but you are
revealing something about yourself that is kind of
possible to them to relate.
Personal, maybe a little vulnerable.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not your normal conversation that you have with people.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, and I think astronomy saved my life literally for 1 year ago, because it gives me something that I am a part of something huge.
Yeah.
And not just I share with them, they are a part of me.
Yes.
It's because it is so, but it's hard to somebody to relate that we are connected.
Yes.
Literally, we are connected, because when you are looking to the vast space, you have to have an attitude that not always scientific attitude, that you are collecting data. You have to be, and you, if you enjoy it for the full, you have to speed down. You can't think about bills or about work problem and so on. Take the time to get what they can deliver for you.
Right.
Because
This
they
is why-
will if you allow them to do that.
You know, I like when somebody talks about some constellation, some deep sky object that I see from here, that I see different because I'm in the south, but I'm seeing the same object from here, that you are seeing the same object in the other side of the world. And that's amazing how the sky connects us and what surrounds us. And what would you say recently? I did it when I commenced to put my equipment outside, but I did it with the planets, well, because in the afternoon I see in the west that shiny ball, like it's Venus, and you see, okay, well, the sun goes down, there's Venus, and you start to see the neighborhood of the solar system, and
Exactly. Yeah.
in a very tiny way, but and makes feel tiny, makes me but gives you where you are, what you are, and obviously give thanks to that, to understand that, because the animals, I don't think they can do it, but it's very deep thought to every one of us. And also when you see obviously the Milky Way, when you see a solar eclipse, when you see a lunar eclipse, it's very I don't know how to say it, but no, I don't have the word, sorry. But it's very crazy. It's hallucinate, and there are more adjectives to describe it, but it doesn't enough to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to share something here I think you both will like. This is from a PowerPoint presentation I do called The Power of Stargazing. And one of the things that I captured in here was Vincent van Gogh. You know, he did the beautiful Starry, Starry Night painting, and many of his paintings have stars in them. But he says, when I have a terrible need of shall I say the word religion, then I go out and paint the stars. Now, Vincent communicated through his paintings, so even to start to touch on verbally, what he was experiencing, it's not uncommon for people to not be able to articulate the feelings that they have. But I think maybe I'm wrong. You guys can correct me, but I think that when we are out we're sharing our telescopes with other people, and they see Saturn's rings for the first time, or the craters on the moon for the first time or something. And they have a reasonably knowledgeable guide that's there, who can tell them something about the distances and the sizes of things. I notice people go through this phase of feeling like they are very tiny, almost like insignificant. So they're becoming humbled. They're going through this humbling aspect. Oh my God, I'm not the king of my, whatever.
My ego.
Right. The ego goes like that. And then you'll hear them say that they feel so insignificant, I remind people at that point, I go, yes, physically we're almost not there, but your mind is as vast as the universe you can comprehend.
Yeah. Good, Scott. Good.
I always,
so
in
like
that case, because in the south we have Alpha Centauri, simply you can see it, and when people doesn't understand the distance between the planets and the moon, I compares the light that comes from the sun. It takes 8 minutes, but this star, or 2 stars, of course, it takes 4 years to come here.
Yeah.
So
close one.
That's when I do the distance, the velocity of the light. When I start to multiply with seconds, minutes, hours, the numbers goes very far, and then they realize what we are, where we are.
Yes.
We're nothing.
Yes.
In a simple rock, and Carl Sagan says a pale dot blue. Do that.
Yes. Blue dot.
That's
right.
With those amazing words, he described everything, and when I see that the first time, whoa, it's very shocking.
Yes.
Yeah. There's something. I love the humility and the. There's something freeing though when you come to that realization that we are just observers, of a much grander universe, and there's so much to discover, and we're just scratching the surface. And when it's so overwhelming, you kind of take a step back and say, you know what, this is our place in the universe, and let's enjoy. Let's try to learn whatever we can.
Yeah, I just was thinking about the huge space and living in the city with the populated skies and so on, and then it was like a lightning in my head. My God, I haven't seen horizon in 5-6 years.
Oh,
yeah, horizon, so simple thing. So I just love to see horizon. That's enough to get me happy, and like velvet of feelings.
Come to Argentina, Pekka. Come to Argentina. We have a lot of horizon.
That's true. That's true, because these 15 years I have seen my room and my balcony.
Oh.
And some stars. But basically in life, horizon is very important to us to divide Earth from space.
Yes.
To realize that there are some solid and there are something that you can't take on. And we have the need to get on that we can touch, but we can touch it with our mind and our, soft thing.
Yes.
And we have a huge, totally free planetarium around us. That it's like the largest ever. So we don't have to buy, but it's a very, very, I have been in one time I have in our planetarium we have it here in Stockholm, but I didn't see the space. It was Blue Planet 2 I saw, and it's experience. It's a quite experience to only visit the planetarium. And if you see a space program, I can't think about that. It's kind of, must be a heavy thing, a nice experience. But next time you go out, guys, think about that. That is really a planetarium you are standing in the middle of that. So you have stars and
A
galaxies.
living planetarium. Yeah.
Ah, okay.
Yes. Carl Sagan said in one of his programs, he says, "We are our way for the universe to know itself."
Yeah.
Some part of our being knows this is where we came from.
Yeah.
And we can do this because the cosmos is also within us.
Yeah.
We're made
Exactly.
of star stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. That's true.
So why wouldn't we have these kinds of feelings, you know, when they're triggered by these kinds of things, you know, with our senses and what we can make, you know, intelligent leaps in understanding.
It's there.
That our world doesn't stop at the end of our at the beginning of our skin, right?
Yeah.
It doesn't.
Some people have those filters that don't pass. They don't have an astronomy pass filter. They have an astronomy block filter inside, but they just have to remove it.
Just got to peel it off.
Yes,
that's right.
Yes, because
that's right.
I thought,
and that's what astronomy outreach is all about.
Yes,
because
exactly. And
people who are mildly curious would come up to your telescope and
telescope
then
is
go
just
over the
an
edge.
extension.
Yes.
Our stuff is just an extension for it. Because I thought if somebody just take away everything from me, my stuff, my telescopes and mounts, will that change my love to space or astronomy? No.
Of course not.
Nada.
Yes.
So they are just a equipment for me to reach longer and deeper.
Yeah, that's right.
So it's a different kind of love. I do love my stuff more than I take care of them more than I take care of me.
You also, in the astronomy world, you also have to take very good care of the astronomer and his entire environment because you know, those are also very important accessories for those telescopes.
Yes, so because
it
everything
requires an astronomer.
Yeah, it's the whole package that makes.
Yeah, that's right.
Because the nature, we have to take care of light pollution. I saw an post yesterday about from a police department here in Sweden, and they will become a new law about the noisy cars that play. You know, young people have
very loud music.
Yes. And there will be a law tomorrow that the police can ticket them on the place. And I wrote like a reply to that post. It was how long as you can think about when it will be a ticket when you are light polluted, polluting areas.
Right.
So it should be the same because it's disturbing people like a music does.
Absolutely.
And also the animals, the birds, they start to.
But animals have no word to say. They are not allowed to say what they think because it's disturbing their life, like polluting insects and birds, and they are navigating with the night sky. Birds who are moving across countries, they are navigating. Those doves, they are navigating by roads and rivers and so on. And if they are, so it's making things just more crazy and crazy. So soon we have pigs who flies and birds who is talking.
Right.
It's going to be crazy. We have we are causing this, and we have to take our responsibility.
Yes, we have to clean up our mess. That's right.
Because we have an upcoming generation, and we cannot just left a bunch of shit for them.
I remember in my 30s, we were talking about how I was with a group and I was talking to some of these people, and I said, what they were older than I were, and they were nearing retirement age. And I said, so, you guys, the older generation would be great to help inspire younger people on some solutions on how to do this. You've gone through all this. And one of the saddest responses I got was, well, we had our problems when we were young.
Yeah.
And now we're nearing the end of our lives, and so they'll have to have their own problems and deal
Yes.
with it.
Yeah.
Not like we can help them. Okay. So,
Exactly.
and I
we
thought,
we have to help them at least to that we got from our parents.
Right.
At least we
At
can't
least.
not.
I agree.
So
I think no matter who we are or age we are or ability that we are, if we're able to assist a little bit more towards something that is more harmonious in the world, that's
Yes.
what we should be doing.
Yes. Yeah.
Humans aren't
Exactly.
going to give up their cities, and they're not going to give up their
No.
technology. No.
No.
But we could have better technology. We could.
Exactly. Yeah.
So
Yes.
that's probably where we're going. So
Yeah.
but
Exactly.
yeah, I did want to read this comment from Harold Locke. He says, I belong to a Facebook group that Pekka invited me to as an IDA advocate in Sweden. He gave about 10 paragraphs or more. That was one of the best statements explaining the effects of light pollution. Of course, it has to be translated to English for me, but the translation was beautiful.
Okay. Thank you, Harold.
Yeah, that's right. Book Davies, you were Maxie, you were saying you didn't have the words. You said no, none of us here have the words. Maxie.
Yes.
So, and Book Davies goes on. That's why I say to the small feeling when you experience the universe, that we can begin to understand the universe, and that's not so small.
No.
Harold Locke, with some religious tones here, he says, I actually pray to the Creator, a conscious universe, the Holy Spirit, that which is the life force. Can you tell I was raised Catholic? Yes, we can. But that's okay, Harold. Everybody's tradition is good. Let's see.
I stuck some pictures here.
Okay. Harold Locke says, if we ever see you show up with a black eye and lumps on your head, Becca, we will know your wife disagrees.
All right. Good to know.
Yeah.
In advance.
And a few months ago, I had interviewed Chris Impey, who's a cosmologist and professor of astronomy at University of Arizona. And Chris went to Tibet and met with monks there. I think it was in Tibet. And he wrote a book called Humbled Before the Void. And I think that just the title of that book really gives you is a very accurate feeling. When you look up and you see the Milky Way, and you realize that, wow, we're flying on this little planet, going to a new part of space that we've never been to before all the time.
Yeah.
All the time. Yeah. And we're made of the whole stuff of the universe, and it's part of us, and we're part of it. And so I get that stuff too. But often I have to be reminded, it helps to be out under the stars. It helps to sometimes read something or have conversations like this. It really does.
I think people this is impossible to do. But if people knew that in what speed just Earth moving around in space, if we could have a point we could just see for just a fraction of the second, that thing is still, and we were to
right.
They gave okay, Earth moves so fast, and I am on it, and we are traveling across the whole universe.
Yes.
Just around the sun, and the sun is going.
The Milky Way's flying through space. It's not just sitting here spinning.
No,
it's
not
flying.
yes,
you know,
it's not on the stick
it's
like a boom, and then Milky Way, and you stay there, and you stay there.
No.
No, but it's not because in cities maybe the beingness is just cramped in the box by time, of course. If you are living in a big city for your whole life, you never saw. Maybe how many in the big cities have never seen horizon?
I would bet there's a lot.
Yeah. So just to see a horizon, if there is land or sea, divided, Earth divided with space, that tiny line could make change of their lifetime.
Yes, that's right.
So we have.
You just have to be aware. You have to wake up a little bit.
Yes, we have to dig up in our mind deeper and deeper, and just looking what is there that could make me happy.
Right.
And there is a lot, but we are denying it from ourselves. What horizon? It's such a line. So what? But when they are at the spot and they see it, they realize what?
Yes.
If I
What
may
do you think, Conal?
What
do you think of all this?
Well, if I may contribute something, I was reading one of David Levy's books recently, actually, his Guide to Observing Comets.
Yeah.
And he has this interesting bit in the concluding chapter where he says, he was talking about some comet observer who was quoted with saying, look, if you're going out every night and you're scanning the sky and your only goal in this particular aspect of the hobby is to find a comet, then you're going to have a miserable time. You'll enjoy none of it. And Levy followed up with his own suggestion. He said, when I'm going out under the night sky, and he usually does this early in the morning when he's scanning the sky for his comets, usually around the sun. He says, I treat it like I'm a member of the audience in a play, because when you go to attend a play or you're watching a movie or something like that, it's the actors, the director, the script, the setting, the stage. They decide what you're going to see. And your role is simply to be entertained and to observe. And he said that's a great attitude towards observing the night sky. You just go out and you appreciate what's there, and whatever happens before you. I know I've experienced that. You might get a meteor shower, you might get an eclipse, you might get a regular clear night in the summer with the Milky Way high in the sky. But regardless, it's all a wonderful experience.
Yeah.
Exactly. Wonderful. Well, very interesting conversation.
Very deep conversation.
Oh yeah, it could get much deeper.
Yeah, it can, yes.
It could
With some
get much
years, I
deeper.
think.
You know, I know that when I have groups of people out for their first maybe more or less serious star party, and again they're beginners, I know the moment that they become astronomers, because you know they will start to ask these questions. The conversation gets deep, you know, and they're trying to figure out some things that they know are very important. You know, it's not something they can keep at arm's length anymore. They're engaged.
It's amazing if they ask everything. Every time you have to ask, every time. If you don't ask, it means you don't mind.
Yeah.
They said like I read a lot of books about how to teach children, and to educate kids on nature. it's a little bit hard and tough. But if you make them think by themselves, and the first time they are begin to make questions about the topic, they have get it. They have understand it, because when they are asking questions, they are interested about animals or what
the whys.
The
whys.
Yes. And it's quite interesting to see what questions they have. They have so fundamental questions about astronomy and space. So sometimes it's like okay, and you have to find the words to explain by so easy way that you become to understand that, okay, have I understand this correctly?
There you go. There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I often tell this story, Pekka, but I got a chance to meet and see. I met and saw Stephen Hawking give, at a lecture at Caltech, and there's this. I guess in all of his lectures, he would take questions from the students. Okay, the physics students, and so they would prepare. It's all prepared in advance because he would have to construct the sentences and all the rest of it.
Yeah.
But there were, of course, lots of questions about black holes, and his thought about the ultimate aim of the universe, and several questions like that about cosmology. And then we got to the last question, which this question went on. It must have been over a page long. Okay. Sounded very, very complex and everything. And I can't even reduce it all the way back down for you. But essentially what happened was after reading this very, very difficult question, okay, Stephen Hawking said, all he's trying to ask is this.
Okay.
And so it's like he asked the question in like 5 words, and he said, and the answer is this, and he answered it like in 4 words.
Okay.
He said, if you can't, and he said at the end of it, says, if you cannot explain something so that anyone can understand it, then you don't understand it yourself.
Yes.
That's what he said.
Yes. Yeah.
And then that's when I knew he was a genius.
Yes. And for me, astronomy is not just visual photographing the stuff, my remote observatory. I think for me, astronomy is more than 70% feelings. It's emotions. For me, that's personal reference.
Yes.
Excellent.
Okay. Oh, it's real meditation.
Yeah,
I mean,
it is.
It just, I'm just enjoying.
Just the thought of the. I need to make it everything 4D or 3D. How do you say? But I have to be in the middle of it. So I can't not just put a picture in front of me 2D. There's height and length, or how do you say, how height and so on.
Mm-hmm.
It has none deepness, or I have to go inside in my thoughts. Okay, now I'm in the middle of everything and surrounded by those things, because we are looking our star maps, our stellar programs, our everything is 2D. So it's hard to get that feeling when you are actually doing it in practice. Just that same, that same powerful feeling you get from your stomach up and upwards. It's like flowers, very, very many, not flowers, flyer, how do you say these?
Butterflies.
Butterflies.
Yes.
thousands of them everywhere.
Yes, yes. This is another slide from my presentation, The Power of Stargazing. And, in this particular one, there's a bonding experience that goes on. Carrie Letelier, who likes to do night sky photography, let me use this image because I loved it because she was trying to portray the connection that people experience with the cosmos. And it's developing a relationship with the universe through stargazing and studying current astronomical science can lead you toward greater scientific literacy, but it can also let you find tranquility and give you a sense of wonder and prevent illness and increase your mental and physical health and give you a sense of belonging. Right?
So right.
These are all the things. These are all the things that Pekka was talking about tonight.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you, Scott.
As people who've spent a lot of time under night skies, I don't think that's a surprise to any of us. I mean, it's a wonderful fact, but we've all experienced that ourselves. It's a wonderful
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
And
So I compare astronomers often to like monks in Eastern religions trying to attain a type of enlightenment or having a more awake,
exactly.
because you have an awakening and you start to realize, wow, okay, all my problems that seem so monumental are nothing, really.
Yeah, it's nothing.
It's nothing. Exactly. So, and you can get very weighed down by your problems. You can let them run away. But if you turn your head to the sky and start to make this this bonding experience, this contact, and this meditation that Cameron is talking about, it is a meditation, and that's why it's good for you. You could do this with anything. You could dive into the universe through stamp collecting, or you could dive into the universe through I do it with my microscope. I do it with my telescope. I do it when I go camping, or I'm out driving in a dark sky. I pull off the side of the road and look up. These are moments that I need. It sustains me. It nurtures me. And I always find this desire to share it, and that's what we're all doing here tonight, and to talk about this. So.
And if we could just put everything, like in the neutron star, like one word that could explain that feeling, what it should be, what would that word be?
Well, I don't know.
Because it's so strong. Everything is so powerful, and it has so many emotions and feelings. It's containing like the meaning of the life.
Yes.
I think it will be a simple whoa.
Yeah, whoa. That's or yay.
That's it.
That's good. That's deep, Maxie.
That's
very deep.
Okay, gentlemen. Well, is there? I think that we're getting towards the end of our event. Is there any parting words here?
I want to share my screen to show you what I see. What I start. Let me see. Okay, you see the screen?
Yes.
Okay. Well, this is the backgrounds of my notebook. Here's Omega Centauri.
Whoa.
So this is Alpha Centauri, Hadar star.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the Southern Cross. The carbon. No, I don't remember how it's.
Is that the Coalsack?
Yes, that.
Coalsack. Yes.
Yes. This is Carina Nebula, the region, and here are the southern Pleiades, I don't know if you heard
Oh,
sometime.
the Southern Pleiades, huh?
Yes, yes, is it visually looks like the Pleiades normally because the stars are the very new, like the Pleiades, and the color is the same. It's very blue, but I don't know if it has nebulosity like Pleiades. So basically, let me show you. Well, I'm right now taking pictures of the Lagoon Nebula. I'm guiding right now.
Yeah.
Nice
So
guiding. Very good guiding.
I see 2602 is the Southern Pleiades.
excuse me, I didn't understand.
The Southern Pleiades is called
Yes.
is from the catalog number IC 2602. It
Let
was
me.
discovered in South Africa in 1751.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yes.
Here is. So here.
My God, it's so similar.
Here's Carina Nebula, and
Mhm.
nearby there are the star cluster.
Yeah.
It's an open star cluster. Well, let me show you this a simple stack of Omega Centauri that I take almost 52 pictures of 1 minute.
Wow.
But this is simple. I will stretch it, and you see.
There we go.
My God.
Yeah, they're stars. It's full of
Wow,
stars.
Maxi.
Yeah.
I don't
fantastic.
I don't edit it. This is only the stack image. Like I said before, you can see the color of the stars.
Yes.
It's a pile of diamonds.
Mhm. A lot of heat and a lot of gravity. You know, Cameron, are you there?
Absolutely, and I'm doing some live stacking of the Ring Nebula.
Oh, excellent. You know,
Yes.
you're talking about. Oh, you see
Oh,
this
Omega Centauri.
tiny galaxy. I didn't realize it was
Oh.
there.
Yes.
Galaxy, there it is.
Yeah.
Oh, beautiful. Yeah, galaxies are everywhere. It's wonderful. A little treasure hunt. I love it.
I thought that always was Omega Centaurus A and the other NGC 4945, but this is a very tiny galaxy. This cluster with ice, it's amazing because you see the like a cloud, but very tiny points shining every time you see it, and that's amazing. So then I went to Trifid Nebula. This is the stack, and let me stretch it and see. Here comes the colors. I hear a go-to mode.
Right.
Oh, yeah. That's beautiful.
Wow.
That is nice. It's such a delicate nebula too, right? It's very low surface brightness, but when you can pull that out, it's beautiful.
Yes,
I
and
think
also
in the old Star Trek series that they always kept a picture of the Trifid Nebula just in one of the windows, you know, just kind of hanging out there, you know. And I used to look at that and think, gosh, you know, how amazing it would be to see this for real. And of course, the first time to see it through a telescope and then to take pictures of it, it was incredible.
yes, and also the colors that you take. It's amazing how it's very blue here and
Yes.
very pink here. It's amazing the change of colors.
Yes.
It's a very good spot to take. So, well, actually, I'm still taking pictures of Lagoon Nebula, M8. Let me show you some only a single picture to share you. This only 3 minutes picture, but you can see the cloud, the bar cloud crossing by the core. This place is amazing. I love it.
Yes.
So beautiful.
The light pollution here, it's very bad,
Forgiving.
you know. But let me see.
It can't be more bad than I have.
No,
I live in
perhaps yes. I have I think a 5 border sky, but
okay. I live in Portal 8.
oh.
So it's quite
You and
different.
Cesar are in the same spot, I think.
Yeah.
Let me
But it's
see.
easy to just think that I will do my best of that which is possible for me, and not reaching that it's not possible because you are just making yourself angry and maybe just thinking that okay, it's no idea with this and stop doing it.
Yes.
So try to reach that is possible for you.
Well, this is only a single picture of 3 minutes. That's a lot of information, but in the stack, I will give more. I will try to separate the nebula and the background because the light pollution kills a lot of info. And I think here it's a very no, but I can find it. It's a reflection nebula like my I don't know. It's very white, but I don't see it. It's an amazing nebula.
Yeah, there's lots of those, Maxi. There's little nuggets as you start, doing this, these pictures yourself and images. You start to study and you start to find the nice smaller objects that are often overshadowed, and sometimes they're literally in the same field as the larger objects. But you can still see it. And it's really really fun. It's yeah, to find all those little nuggets, all the little features, and then some of the other nice objects.
Let me see if I have here some.
I found an article too that I just posted in the chat, the live chat. This is from the Canada, France, Hawaii Telescope, and it's an announcement that a team of researchers from the Strasbourg Astronomical Observatory and Bologna Observatory and the University of Stockholm identified a stream of stars that was torn off the globular star cluster Omega Centauri.
Oh.
They searched through 1.7 billion stars observed by the ESA Gaia mission, and they have identified 309 stars that suggest that this globular cluster may have actually been the remnant of a dwarf galaxy that's being torn apart by the gravitational forces of our galaxy. So that somebody had mentioned something about globular star clusters maybe being the cores of other galaxies that the Milky Way kind of tore apart. But interesting article.
Yes. Cameron, today you say you've been taking pictures of
Yeah.
double stars, right?
Yes.
You know,
I
I
tried.
think the better the better way to do it, it's not taking pictures. It's doing like a planetary picture. You have to record a
Right.
video to do how we say it, lucky imaging.
Yes.
So
Yes.
you can stack them or try to stack the better pictures, and you will be a little sharpness, and but you will have the two stars. Here, like I said, we see Alpha Centauri. When you see with your eyes, you see those bright little spheres, like ice, you know. And but when you put the cell phone to take a pictures to do some 10 seconds exposure, the bright is too high to see the separation, and it is like only one star. But when you go zoom and you do a record, perhaps you will you can do it. And also you can, knowing the size of the sensor and some kind of all another data, you compare with the separation of the base of Gaia information. There's a friend who do I don't know, no, I don't know how to say it. He tried to calculate the separation of the stars.
Okay.
You know, he right now is doing every single night with he's in Banfield. He has a lot of light pollution, but he has a list to do some double stars and variable stars that compares with the Gaia database. So he can do some conversations, and today he has a very tiny difference with the database of Gaia. It's amazing, and without tracking. He's only do it, record some videos, the star passing by, stack them, and then he calculates the distance between the stars, and also
Interesting technique.
yes, it's amazing. He's Nico Arias. Is a friend of mine, and he started almost, I don't think, but the last year, I think. He started with a webcam, a single webcam. He grabs out the lens, put it like I did with a cell phone, and he likes to do those calculations with a simple gear. He only has a Dobson. I don't remember, he's a 12 inches, but he's manually tracking. He searched the place. In the south, we have too much double stars and variable stars that the database, maybe it doesn't refresh for a long time. So it's an opportunity to maybe he can find something that maybe another time it doesn't see it, you know. He has, I think, I don't remember, it was 30 objects list, and he's doing half hour, and then he start to observe it only. But also he did, let me see if in the WhatsApp he sent us, no wait, in Facebook page. Just give me a second. Continue talking if I searching.
I got my balloon back home. I was yesterday in downtown and met a guy from representative from Swedish National Space Agency, and he gave my picture, so I have it on roll over there. So
Hey, can I try something, you guys?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna share my screen here. Here. Doesn't work. Okay, let's try sharing my.
I'm talking to M42. We can see the camera.
Okay, so let's see here. Pause camera. Can I flip it around? Okay, let's stop that. I'm gonna do this again. Share screen. Okay, I'm gonna do this differently. Oh no, I want to do that. Share. Screen. Start recording or casting. Okay, let's try that. Okay. And then here we go. Can you see my screen now?
Yes.
Oh my
Okay,
God.
so we're going to do a couple of cool things here. So we're going to start off. Let's go. So you can see this is Sky Safari.
Mm-hmm.
And let's start off with going to the Ring Nebula. So click on that. So it's going to go up there. You can see it zooming in there. And then what I've done is I've done a live. This is a live view, and I'm going to do it in half a second. So this is not even taking pictures or stacks or anything. Okay, so you can see the Ring Nebula.
Yes.
And then you can, so let's, if I go to 2 seconds, it makes it a little bit better. So it's going to take 2 seconds. So there's the Ring Nebula. And then if I go back here, this is going to do a little tour here. I was just figuring this, so this is kind of fun to be able to share. Let's go to Blinking Planetary Nebula in Cygnus. Let's go there. Planetary nebulas are great because they have high surface brightness, and these are nice show objects. So we're going to go to, sorry,
The
it's
short
bouncing
time
off.
is see it.
Okay, and then I go to my other tablet, and then it comes in here. This is a 2 second exposure. Let's reduce the exposure to 1 second. Actually, half a second is pretty good with this one. So there you go. So you can have the blinking planetary. Actually, we can go even less. Let's go to 0.2 second. Because this is a high surface brightness. You can start to see there we go. You can see a little more of the central part. So that's a blinking planetary nebula. And then we go, let's do another one here. 7008 is a pretty good one too. A little lower. Let's go over there. 7008. Okay, and same thing, we're doing really low exposure, so let's go increase it to half a second. We have to go higher than that. We probably go 1 second. Oops, sorry, I put it on back here. Now you can start to see it showing up. Let's go 2 seconds. 2 seconds should be pretty good. You see it? So now you can see the central star and then the kind of the two different pieces
Yes.
there.
Yeah.
7008. And then let's do Crescent Nebula. We were looking at that earlier. This won't be, you have to keep in mind, this is very zoomed in. This is not the native. I was taking some pictures too. So let's go to Crescent Nebula. Okay, go back over here again. Now, right now, okay, let's go to half a second first. Okay, so you can't see much, but then when we go to 2 seconds, you might be starting to see it come up. Let's go to 5 seconds. I think this one needs a bit longer. Yeah, this is a tougher. It's not bouncing around. Okay, now I'm going to adjust the stretching. I'm going to change the contrast here. Oops, sorry. Sorry, it's just a little. There we go. And then let's make it a little brighter on this side. Okay, now there's a little bit of wind. You can see it's you can see the stars kind of wiggling around. So but you can clearly see the part of the crescent here. It's around these 3 stars. Sorry, it's a little bit out of focus. There we go. Oh, you can see how it's wavering around. There's quite a bit of wind. So this is another example about having a better quality mount. Oops. Yeah, but you can see the Crescent Nebula. And then we go to the last one. We'll go back to the Dumbbell Nebula. There we go. It's definitely too long. Let's go back to 1 second. Oh, maybe 1 second too short. But not bad, you know. This is what technology can do today. You know, with you know, pretty real time, reasonable. I can tell you this is better. I don't need dark adaptation. I do love looking visual. I'm a visual observer at heart, but being able to do this kind of thing, you know what I mean, and seeing color in the Dumbbell Nebula with 2 second snaps, you know, and seeing this central star. This is a blast. So so I just wanted to share that. So let me stop sharing. So that's my little story. Anything you guys want to see? Anything that comes to mind that's Cygnus or whatever? Yep.
You can Cameron tell that you have an cellular observatory with you.
Yeah, I'm doing what I want to. What you're doing, Pekka. You have it. The advantage you have is with an equatorial mount, you can do stuff over zenith, and it's much more stable. You have a more solid mount.
No, I mean that you have an observatory with you all the time in your phone. You can do.
Oh.
You can do
yes.
As much we can do with our mount. You can do with your phone.
Oh yeah. These but those pictures, everything I showed you is with the ASI Air Pro, right? That's or not Pro. The ASI 294 camera. So I'm using this. Yeah. So.
But I'm talking about your skills.
Oh, the zoom.
No,
yes.
your skills on the mobile phone. You have the same skills.
Oh. Yeah, no, I appreciate that, Pekka. I'm just experimenting around because I'm realizing that, you know, the zoom actually works pretty good. Let me just plug in my.
Yeah, and you use your phone to the limit, and some people can just call, and but they have $1,000 phone in their pocket, but they can use the phone feature.
Oh, these things are so powerful.
You are pushing your phones to the limit. Almost.
Yeah, I can tell you that let me just I got a battery low here. Give me a second here. Turn Bluetooth. Can you hear
in
me now?
future ways, you do something that many just dream of, because they don't know that they have a huge device in their pocket that can do just much as reasonable PC do.
Yeah, I mean, I can tell you that these it's amazing how powerful these little these smartphones are. They're just the capabilities are absolutely incredible.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like the resolution and the speed, the processors, the chips on these things as well, right? They're really low power. They last for like hours or days even, and but I can tell you, by doing what I'm doing right now with Zoom video and all that takes the battery a lot.
Yeah, I was thinking to change my iPhone 10 XS Pro to iPhone 12 because that has a better features for in the camera. But I found an app that makes my phone to a DSLR camera. It has everything an unusual DSLR have. And that was the photo I took from the sun. It has exposure, it has ISO, it has everything you can think, just in an app, and cost $8 or $9.
Yeah.
Here I found the Instagram of my friend who does astro drawing, and also the calculation of the stars, and some pics that he does without mount tracking, and I think you're going to blow your minds. If you let me show you.
Yeah, let me stop sharing this here. But you can see I was doing a live stack. You're seeing I was doing a live stack, and let me just finish. I mean, isn't that just thrills?
Look at it. That core.
Isn't that beautiful?
Yeah.
I mean, that's with 10 second, and it's like that's 9 stacks right now, and and look at how good that is. I am just thrilled.
Yeah.
Cameron. Hear me a second. When you start to do stacking images, if you want to send me the stack to process, if you like, because that's you're going to have a very good images with that grab.
Oh, that's really, thanks a lot, Maxi. Yeah, we should collaborate. It's one of the things I will tell you, Maxi, as you saw with my rambling earlier this evening, I was going all over, but I'm really looking at the overall workflow, and I'm trying to minimize post-processing as much as possible initially. So if I do appreciate if you can help me with some of that, because what happens is I will, once I've started identifying some objects, I'm going to start to zoom in and really want to refine them and make them look really nice.
Yes.
And get the data. But the biggest challenge is you start moving around large files like these 25 megabyte TIFF files, right?
Oh, yeah.
So how, what I've been doing, as you can see so far, is I just take a screenshot and then email myself at 30% compression, right? So that when I put it in PowerPoint, when it's all said and done, each picture takes about 100K of file space. And so that allows me to take a lot of pictures, because as you know, if you do all your pre-processing before you take the screenshot, if you do all the processing and you got the image in a pretty decent shape, then pretty much even when you compress it and do everything, you've got the quality, right? You lose the data, you can't manipulate it as much anymore.
But if you change the format, for example, you have the TIFF file, right? Or the FIT file. But when I post in Instagram and Facebook, I use a PNG file that's obviously compress the image, but it doesn't take a lot of data. For example,
Yes.
the JPG file, it's very bad. It has a lot of
Yes.
pixels. Now it's very gross, but the PNG file helps a lot. And also,
Yes.
obviously, Facebook, Instagram, and all other social media compress the file. If you upload the TIFF file, the finally, it doesn't matter because that social media compress a lot. It's the same when you upload in WhatsApp and I think in Telegram, the other portal of communication, allows you to share the pure image, but maybe the size of the image sometimes it doesn't allow.
So Maxi,
Yes.
what
Yes.
you say is that in Facebook everywhere, so you should use PNG instead of JPEG, or is the compressing the same? Or
yes, I upload the PNG file.
okay, not JPEG.
No.
Okay.
JPG, no.
So PNG is better for your social media, or it's the same compression in every format.
I think no. It does. It doesn't the same compression because the information and also the bits that has the format change a lot. For example, when you save the file in 32 bytes, it has a lot of information.
Yeah.
When you see the single image in your computer without opening it, you see like very shiny image, for example, in TIFF file, but in 16 bit type of file, it's like when you process the image because it has a singularity data.
Okay.
In 8 bits file, it's very poor, and that's what happened when you upload. Because I recommend to use some portals like Flickr, because it does compress the image and allows you to upload, I think, 1,000 image.
It's a lot. Yeah.
Okay, let me show you my screen because these images it will be like you. Well, this is the Instagram of my friend. Sorry, Nico, but this is his social media. All you can see, these are the draws that he do of open clusters. In this case, is a Faberman 1 constellation Carina. Here's some galaxy he draws, the triplet of Leo, and he's doing
beautiful. That's so nice.
This was in Merlo San Luis with some very good sky. This is I think this was with the QHY5 camera and some RGB filters. This is Omega Centauri, like very zoomed. He has a 10 inches, now 12 inches. But here's the jewel cluster, jewel box cluster.
I like those own drawn observatory, but so when you draw at the same time and you are watching and making visual, you kind of transfer your feelings on that draw.
Exactly.
That's so amazing to do that.
This is the homunculus, o el homúnculo, que it's in the, this is the star of Eta Carina. It's very, very bright, very bright. Let me show you the homúnculo Carina, the Hubble telescope picture. This is the homunculus.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Here's the.
Oh yeah, peanut shaped thing. Yeah, I remember.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And here's what he took with that camera and without guiding.
Wow.
I couldn't take it
you know,
yet.
Yeah,
But
I mean, this is what we were saying earlier, Maxi, is to be able to, even though it's not a Hubble image or whatever, to be able to capture it yourself with basic equipment is so rewarding, isn't it? This
here's
is really cool.
Eta Carina. You see, it's very bright, and that he has the form, but it's very, very bright. It's there. This place is right there. It's amazing. And well, he started, well, his telescope and his paper and what he do. And well, he do also planetary pictures of Jupiter in this case. He did this a couple of weeks ago. This is Centaurus A galaxy. This was without tracking. Okay.
Wow.
Oh man.
Yeah, I love that galaxy.
Oh, me too. I'd love to see that.
Taurus A.
Exactly. And then he started to do so with some RGB filters to do in Carina Nebula.
Wow. Beautiful work.
Well, here's the bug nebula.
Mm-hmm.
O la nebulosa del insecto. The jewel
So
box
beautiful.
cluster. Yes. To see that is amazing.
Yes.
And here's with RGB filters the bug nebula that he took without tracking.
Wow.
Oh my God.
Here, well, the pillars of creation.
That's impressive. Oh, that's really nice. That's a nice clean picture too.
And here's a reprocessing file of the bug nebula again. He has a lot of information here. I told him if he has tracking, he can do more time. He can, and also grabs a lot of information. But for now, he's saying, "No, I'm fine with this." Now this is amazing. This is NGC 6397.
It's like
the Arrow constellation.
M5. It's like M5. Like.
And this is the planetary blue nebula. It's in the constellation of the Vela. I don't know how to say in English. Is seen from the south. It's like the phantom of Jupiter, but a little more small. Okay, so let me stop share it.
Does somebody have the latest news about Hubble? But my latest news that I have read is that all testing has failed. Do you know something, Scott?
Say that again.
If you have the latest news from USA about Hubble telescope. What I know is that all
Yeah,
testing has failed.
the last I checked about the Hubble Space Telescope was that both computers were experiencing the same problem.
Yeah,
So they were going to
yes.
jump to a backup computer that they had.
And those show also the same hardware failure.
Possibly,
So
yeah.
it sees a huge problem for Hubble right now. And
Yeah.
they don't have
Looks
a
like
quick
nothing
fix.
has really changed yet, you know.
Yeah, so they have no
But,
quick fix for that.
Don't count these guys out, you know, they're
No,
very
no,
creative at solving
yeah,
problems.
yeah,
So
exactly. And
it could be that, you know, I mean, the telescope has been
30 years.
of huge service for us for a very long time. And,
Yes.
you know, they say that there'll never be another service mission, but it would be probably not a bad idea to go and do it again, you know, even with James Webb going up, because
Yeah.
they see different parts of the universe. And
Can
Hubble
they
Space
catch it
Telescope
with
is-
the ESS? Make some kind of transaction from Hubble telescope side, so they could meet with the ESS. Maybe, I don't know.
Maybe
But
it's way up there. It's up like 300 miles or something. It's
is
pretty
it
far.
higher or is it higher for?
It's higher.
It is. Yes, it is higher. Okay, it's then it's unreachable.
Mm. It's not
for us.
unreachable, but they would have to spend a lot of money to reach it.
Yeah, but maybe it's worth, because Hubble is it's daily life for us right now.
Yeah.
We take it for granted, and
Yes.
now it's out of order. You just like what?
Right. Well, it's something I think that, you know, as the world's most powerful telescope, as it stands today,
Yes.
you know, certainly any researcher that could make good use of the Hubble would want to. And waiting for another space telescope to go up, you know, could be still some time. James Webb has had many delays, and but you know, let's hope that James Webb does make it up in October. If it does, you know, I don't know the resources of money to do operations and you know, to do the science always costs a lot, and they do it with. When I say cost a lot, you know, the USA budget for sciences has been historically very little when you compare the rest of the money that's spent by the government. But recently, you know, there's been some nice expansions on science, the science budget itself. So I just kind of think, well, even if it sits up there dormant for a while, you know,
Yeah.
maybe at one point we go and put a new instrumentation and fix it all again, because it would still work just great, you know.
Yeah.
So
hope they fix it. Just fix it.
yeah.
Like Kennedy said, that it's, why do we do it? Because it's hard. And
We
Yeah.
need that eye in the space.
Yes. That was a very inspiring speech.
It's in my DNA already.
Yeah.
Why do I do this? Yes, because it's hard.
Because it's hard. That's right.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Well, gentlemen, thank you for an incredible night of sharing the skies and your passions and your knowledge. And, you know, we'll come back next Tuesday and do it all over again.
Yeah.
Okay.
Nice
Okay.
job,
All right.
Scott. And thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
everyone.
Good
night, everyone.
Cameron, Maxie.
Thanks, everybody.
And good night for your
Good night,
you
everyone.
all on the other side of the world.
Yes, that's right. That's right. And to
Okay.
all the audience too, thank you for
Yes, thank you for
taking
the audience.
to help us celebrate George Ellery Hale's birthday. And we always have another reason to come back. So You guys have a great night. If you're out stargazing somewhere, think on the things you might have heard on this program. If you're watching it later in rerun, hopefully you will be inspired by some of the people that came on this program today. Good night, and we will see you next Tuesday on the next Global Star Party, our 53rd. Are you doing one last screen share there, Cameron?
I think he's mute.
I think he is mute. Okay. There we go. Here we are.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah,
Okay,
we hear
sorry.
you now.
Okay, so let me try that again. Okay, I'm just.
Were you trying to share another image or?
Yeah. Let me just
Okay.
share my image
Okay.
here. Oops. Video, photo. There we go. And if we go, so here we go. So let's do 2 second. Get this properly centered.
And we just see a blank screen right now. If that's what we're supposed to see, then that's good.
Oh, okay. Let me try it again. So so I'm going to go back to Zoom and then share my screen. Start. And then we go like that. Okay, can you see?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, good. So let me just make this make it 5 seconds.
There are two galaxies, right?
M51, right?
M51, yeah. So this is yeah, and now I'm gonna do a
Whoa.
a
Now I see it.
live. Yeah, I'm gonna clear it. We're gonna do 10-second stacks. Yeah, 10 seconds, everything's good. And then we'll end it with that. Let me just a couple 10 seconds here. And this should look pretty nice. This recording, and we'll start to process it. We'll get our first image pretty soon. Here we go, loading. There we go. Oh, so it's
Oh, I like that. Is that zoom, that kind of zoom effect.
yeah. So there's some artifact I'm gonna
Look at that. Like warp speed.
Let me close that again, clear that, and then do it again. So I do that, and the nice part is you can I can do some adjustments here. It will start coming. Still taking. Okay, now it's going to load up the first one here. So shooting, and then here it goes, loading the first one. This should be good. Yeah, there was some artifact the first time. Oh, my battery's getting low.
Yeah.
There we go. So that's I just move it a little bit over here. And get this guy over here.
It's a really good galaxy, but two galaxies.
Yeah, I love this. It's a beauty. So there you go. So not too bad, just kind of sharing this live, and I just love this. I never forget seeing the spiral arms in my 18-inch Dob, and it was beautiful. And
31 million light years away.
Yeah. So there you go. It's in prime location right now, and in the northern hemisphere. Can you see it down there, Maxi? Are you able to see M51?
No, M51 we can see it, or maybe no. I think not.
But you have Centaurus A, so there you go. Yeah, you got Centaurus A. That's Centaurus A and the Omega Nebula, or sorry, Omega Centauri are really close, right? They're in the
Yes, it's very close.
Yes.
I don't know the separation, but yes, it's in the same area. Also, the other galaxy, NGC 4945.
Yes. Well, thanks for letting me share, and I guess it's getting quite late for you guys, so thanks a lot. Have a great night, everyone.
Yeah, thanks.
You too.
Have a great time tonight, and again, thanks to everyone who participated and watched the 52nd Global Star Party. Take care and keep looking up.